Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, December the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. My sound is fine. Thank you, William. And you guys can see my screen. Last check. All right. Wow, lots happening as usual. So the first thing I want to point out, you recall those two China IPOs that launched 2 days ago, and the one that went absolutely crazy, the WNW. So look what it did after hours yesterday. It actually got up to $107. It has pulled back. I mean, it is wild and woolly. Very, very few shares. So remember the other one, OCG. Not quite the same craziness, but look what happened to it after hours. And then this morning, 24. I am really, now this would be highly, highly speculative, of course. I wouldn't be taking very many shares, but I'm sort of looking at a 20 break. Maybe to take a few shares and just to see if it can have some kind of an insane run. It did get up, as I say, in the pre-market to 24.63. This is not a recommendation or anything like that. This is definitely, it's online business model, but I guess it's art collectibles. So for the rich and famous, really. The other one is food related. So they're definitely both online models, but one is food and one is art. So I'm going to just keep an eye on it. And let's see, lots of other things happening. Let's take a look down my list now. SCPS, let's see if it's held its gap. Yes, it has held its gap. And this is, I guess it's an IPO yesterday. Look, what a run. What a run. SPCS, were they out of? Okay. Yeah, well, typically, IPOs, sometimes, I think the earliest I've been able to short an IPO is the next day. So, not available for shorting yet anyway at Interactive Brokers. TCAT, TKAT. All right, so this is pulled way back. Okay, so almost forget about this one. Again, when I saw this, it was up and around 325. Still up 43%, but I mean, it is pulled way back. Rite Aid could be really interesting. I guess they surprised on our earnings, etc. This is an earnings play. Pre-market, look at the gap, up to 21.32. What's the high it hit? 23.96 back here. So this might have been, this could have been 2 or 3 earnings plays ago. No, that's last year. Actually, it's last year's earnings release, probably. Anyway, let's see if I can get through 20. EOLS. Again, it is pulled back from 560 down to 470, so it's about $1 pullback. I don't see any specific reason on it. Now, this one could be really, really interesting. MGNX, they did get FDA approval for their drug. I mean, look what it, I mean, I don't know, this is probably just an outlier, but this is the news was released actually after hours yesterday. I mean, I don't really trust the fact that it got up to 44, but nonetheless, this seems like excellent news for this company. I remember back here, I think this was sort of a precursor. They didn't have full FDA approval, and the stock got up to 30, 31 or so. Actually, I thought that stock got up to, no, I guess I'm wrong, 32. Then they did a financing, and then it's kind of been, doing nothing for quite a while. But FDA approval for MGNX today. JBL is an earnings play. JBL earnings play. Nice gap up for it. Almost, it looks like this is an all-time high. Yeah, all-time high for JBL. don't know if GKK's in the room, but Mara's up again. I know he said he sold out yesterday. Boy, he made a prediction of 10 by the end of the year, and well, this pre-market 10.39. Of course, it's all to do with Bitcoin, GBTC. I think Bitcoin is at over 23,000 now, something like that. Look at the gap for Bitcoin, GBTC. ABUS, ABUS. Let's see what sort of action this one will have today. So the only news I see on it, Wainwright initiating coverage with a 10 price target. ORBC, let's see if it's held its gap. ORBC. Yeah, pretty spotty, but it's a lot of volume, pretty good volume, pre-market. Lloyd's List Intelligence extends partnership with ORBC. A little bit of news there, but it's a nice breakaway right here. Look at the daily chart, so it's broken out a little bit. Lots of resistance, so right around here on that monthly chart. So you may really struggle to get through that. EDTK. Yeah, look at these topping tails. So this is, I believe it's out of China. Yeah, it's a China education stock. Not sure why it's moving other than maybe just a lot of the China stocks are moving. Not sure. But had action actually after hours yesterday. There's the mauve area right there. Low float, 5.7 million in the float. CAN, C-A-N, it was active this morning. Yeah, up 12%. Big volume, million shares. This is out of another China stock. Well, I mean, look, if it can hold this gap and start to fill in here, look at the daily chart. I mean, the big high a few days ago looks like, when was that? That was on the 25th, so about a month ago, little maybe 3 weeks ago, it got up to 735 or so, 730 or so. So what's the high right there is 427. So if it can take that high out right there, which it did earlier, you know, might have a shot to get into this area. MP, boy, this is a big gap up. Rare earth, big gap up for MP. Big float, 127 million in the float. All-time high. I guess this was an IPO back here. TRIT. Should mention this one. I don't know, it should have been first one I mentioned. I actually was short this one. Right here, 985, some pretty bad news, I guess, obviously, for this company. Something to do with a demand for payment. I think it's a Singaporean, yeah, it's a Singaporean company and some kind of a demand for payment. So I actually took the short just under 10, and I covered most at 884. You know, it was popping down to 860 and then on the way up. But I put my line there, so 884. So that was a short I took in the pre-market. You know, one of the reasons I took it in the pre-market, it would be awfully hard to get probably once the market opens. If I wanted to short this one, it's down almost 30%. The uptick rule would be in effect. And IQ continues down. This was the massive gap down yesterday for IQ. Continues down. This is a $800 million 4% convertible senior note. So this is a financing. $17.50 a share, basically $17.50 a share. So there it is. Now, will it bounce off that? 800 million, boy, that's a big, they're raising a lot of money. China stock. And last on my list, looks like that is that CNSP, FDA approval of That's another acronym, IND application. Okay, yeah, it hit 382, is pulled back. It's a low float. It is shortable for me also, William, so we'll have to see once this market opens. But all right, what time is it? 9:15. So let me quickly take a look and see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Wow. Big lists again, mainly on the upside. Yeah, get a few of them in. Going to see if I can see a trend in an industry or multiple upgrades. In other words, the same stock being upgraded by different analysts. Yeah, there's so many. All right, I mean, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get some of the downgrades in now. Not quite as many downgrades. There's a few more to go. Don't see any multiple downgrades. All right, there are a few of the upgrades, some of the three of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Oh, I forgot. Thank you. I did forget. Let me, hopefully I still have it. And I didn't. Let me just, yeah, there it is. Sorry about that. All right, so silver was strong yesterday. Coeur d'Alene, CDE. I know some of you were playing that one. CDE, still strong. So silver. Boy, this is a nice. This has a real chance up here, guys. I mean, PAAS. If you believe in silver. This SPAC is tumbling down, you know, after being up to 2132. Look at this SPAC is tumbling down, HCAC. Oh, I don't know. That's between them and the underwriter, Bolsano. It's always a, you know, it's how much money they're wanting to raise. But that'll be between them and the underwriter. No, there's no rule. Absolutely not. No, no rule. Yeah, this trick could be. I mean, I may not be able to get it again, but if it takes out 9 again, I may try to reshort it. Trit, I'm out of it now. Nice pre-market play for me. 989 short, covering at 885. Yeah, Rite Aid definitely. Well, they say a surprise, but 2045 right there. What did it get in the pre-market? Over 21. So did take out that high briefly in the pre-market. Yeah, it looks like that OCG. I actually really thought that it might, especially when it did this. I was looking to get into this. I was going to take some at 20. That's why I had an alert set earlier. I really thought maybe, but then it pulled back almost immediately. I thought if it took out 20 again, after getting up to 24.40 in the pre-market, there might have a little bit of craziness, but didn't happen. I don't know if they have the wrong symbol or not. This is supposed to be one of the SPACs and STIC. And because I read the news this morning and they said they are buying or wanting to merge with BarkBite or something. It's a pet food company, subscription-based pet food company. But I cannot find that ticker. BarkBox, sorry, BarkBite. BarkBox to go public in SPAC deal. And it says Special Purpose Acquisition Company, Northern Star Acquisitions, and it says STIC. My eyes were a little blurry this morning, but I'm looking at it now. STIC, but I don't see that they're a SPAC. Anybody have any insight on that, maybe? The deal is valued at 1.6 billion. Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you, Duradi. Yeah, I don't know well, I'll try it. I don't think that's our, maybe I'll go .u. I don't think that is our, there you go. So for us, it's a .u. Thank you. So this is why this is up though. We should add that one to the SPAC list. Just give me a moment here. All right, so I think what I'll do now is get my other layout loaded. And I'm just going to make some changes to my charts. TK. Yeah, the MGNX could be really interesting. It's pulled back a little bit here, but you know the news seem, and I don't really know what to make of this. Complete outlier after hours up to $44 for MGNX. Morning, Christopher and Darnell. Okay, guys, I'm just rearranging some windows or getting some more charts properly aligned. Okay, so Rite Aid, yeah, Rite Aid could be really interesting. You know, there it is starting to curl up again. So it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, here's Rite Aid. So they released earnings pre-market. There we are, right there. Bets were being placed yesterday. And everybody knows it's not a secret they're going to release earnings. So bets were being placed yesterday. You know, and really the previous 3 days too, kind of a downturn. And they come up with surprise earnings. But a lot of people were, of course, betting this would. Let's see what the action was in the after hours. Yeah, nothing really, but definitely, you know, the market was betting that this was not going to happen. Yeah, we've got a big short float too, percent. Not a huge, not a huge float. Now they did a reverse split. I can't remember when, but they did do a reverse split to get those shares down. Still have 53 million. It's certainly not excessive, but a big short float percent. Yeah, you know, Wish definitely a big fail so far. It'll pop now, but yeah, because 24. 24 was the IPO price, and it didn't even get there. I don't know, GKK, are you in the room? So we'll have to congratulate you on the Mara call. All right, whoa, the market's going to open in less than a minute. Well, let's have another great trading day. Give me one moment. All right, guys. All right, so, I should mention this. If you want to follow my watch list up and down, click on new. new from the channel, and then from the channel bar, click on channel bar, my watch list, Barry's watch list. Remember, everything in here is a layout. Before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. I feel like an auctioneer sometimes. So, and as usual, I usually, doesn't mean you have to, but I usually don't do too much in the first 15 minutes and let things settle down a little bit. But, certainly we'll be talking about ideas. If you're wanting to trade early, certainly fine if you can find something. And we have our first halt of the day. Crazy one. That's a China IPO. Look what it did after hours yesterday. Absolutely insane. What's OCG doing? I have an alert set up here around 20. I know that seems crazy, but we'll see what happens. All right, there's Rite Aid. Look at the volume that just came into Rite Aid, RAD. There's that Coeur d'Alene, CDE. Yeah, I haven't seen this one for a while. Fun, PHUN. Keep an eye on it. I mean, it hit $1.03 yesterday. It's right at the 200-day moving average. A while back, it hit $1.25. It's probably actually not a low float. SCPS is ripping higher here. All right, now that's a successful IPO, and it got halted too. And VVOS got halted also. This was an IPO way back here. No shorts for me. Keeping an eye on XNet guide. Well, I'm actually in XNet. This is the other one that GKK was talking about. I'm keeping an eye on it, seeing if I want to add to it. I got in kind of late yesterday, just at, I think it was 3:03, so. Yes, GKK, if you just showed up, I was congratulating you in a very profuse way. And I'm in the XNet. As I say, I did take some out finally yesterday. Longer it held, come on. The longer it held, that 3, decided to get in. I'm going to try to do a better job of holding. All right, what do we have? AUPH, I saw in the pre-market, AUPH is not drifting down. It is now starting to, it's a big candle for it. Yeah, I just don't like trading American Air, any of the airline. Well, I'm sorry, this is not American Airlines. Sorry, this is Alcoa. Okay, big float, pretty big float. I haven't seen this one for a while. This is the gaming stock. Yeah, GAN. Haven't seen this one for quite a while. Yeah, I saw. Actually, it's funny because I saw BCDA. It was first alerting me as a big gap up right here, and then all of a sudden I was getting the alert as a gap down, and it is now, yeah, now not shortable for me anymore, and it is now halted on the way down. I did see this had a downgrade this morning. Cameco, CCJ. And here's another one just got halted. I don't think I know this one at all. Is this a, all right. In a very, very specific sector, in the toilet preparation manufacturing sector. JUPW just got halted. Low float. 4 million in the float, very low float. I don't know if this was an IPO. Doubt it. Somehow I think it probably was just a symbol name change, but yeah, look at it. APHA really drifting down now. Their news, of course, yesterday about a merger with Tilray. TLRY. Let's see what Tilray is doing. Yeah, both of them are moving down. So the news, I mean, you know, there's a pop, but it sold off, closed below the open yesterday, and now it's starting to drift down. Whoa, man, I don't have this anymore, but look at the trit, guys. Trit, trit, trit. This is where you know, reading the news does help. I mean, that really looked like, that was a pretty blistering headline, I think, for trit. Demand payment from, I don't know if it's a customer. I don't really, it's all I really could look at. Didn't really delve into it, but and nothing will show up here until at least 9:45. Let things settle down just a little bit. God, I'm sorry, guys. I'm reading an email that is just insane. Whoa, we got the crazies out. Wow, I wish I still had this trade. I would have still had it if it hadn't kind of popped up a little bit, but looks like it's trying to. You know, I'd wait a bit. I mean, it is trying to, but I shouldn't say that because at least The price is was it 1750, right? So at least the price, I think, yeah, 1750 is the price of the financing. So that at least has been established. So maybe that is a floor. Yeah, Joe, the watch list is, or my channel only has these. It's meant to, it's on purpose. It's meant to not have so many different things to look at. If you look at all the channels, they rarely have very many screens and scans on them. But if you do want my layout, just give me a second here. So this is kind of what it looks like, okay? This is killing me, guys. This is absolutely killing me. Not to keep, not to have this trit still. Wow. Well, I definitely read it. It was an IB. Right here, this is what I read. Statutory demand for payment from Antinium Resources, etc., etc. When I see something like that, I usually think, wow, okay. Yeah, Trade Ideas didn't have it, but that's why I always have my IB newsfeed up at the same time, just in case. Look at that SCPS. Wow. Some pretty happy investors so far for this one. IPO yesterday. It was a short trip. Well, I did short it in the pre-market. Trade. Christopher. Well, it was more of a news. I'm being asked, trying to understand the play. For me, that was more of a news play. You know, read the news, thought that was pretty damaging. Waited for the 10 break. Shorted it there, covered here, popped up. Problem of trying to get it now. I don't even know if I could get it now. It's down 37%. And anything down over 10%. The uptick rule will be in effect, and it might be very difficult to get the short. And because what has to happen is if you try to short, normally when you try to short something, assuming your broker has shorts available, you can go in at the bid and get a fill immediately. But but anything down more than 10%, something called the uptick rule is in effect. That means there has to be, before you can get a short, there has to be some action at the ask, and then it goes back, and then it goes, of course, back to the bid. But you may be in a big queue of other people wanting to do the same thing, so you may not get that fill. And so that's what, in the pre-market, the uptake rule is not in effect for whatever reason. So that's why I did that. Well, yeah, I mean, it would be a chase at this point, of course. I mean, look, you know, you're chasing it down. So just forget about it, okay? Interesting. MGNX is it's sort of weaker than I thought. I thought it might get over 30, take out that high, but so far the reaction to FDA approval for their drug is, I mean, it's still up it's up 4.5%, but you know, it's not really exploding. And the insanity continues. So WNW, that's why I keep thinking that maybe, and this is highly, highly risky, guys, OCG, okay? This is the other China IPO, but their business model, I really, as I... One moment, please. Sorry. What was I going to say? I was going to say that their business model is a little bit different. It's online, yes, but as I sort of jokingly said, probably appeals more to the rich and famous. It deals in art, collectibles, etc. online as an auction house, I suppose, or where the other one is more for the masses, food. But unbelievable. A lot of halts already. JUPW still halted. 944. Let's see. Oh, it got halted again. So it resumed. Okay, we're having a little lag here. Let me do a reset. There we go. So it got halted again. So it got halted. It popped. And it's halted again. JUPW. Well, I'll try bat lights, but I'm kind of going a million miles an hour in the first 15 minutes, but I'll do my best to enunciate a little bit better. All right, so we've got a couple here. Let's see. So RAD, R-A-D, RAD is complete recovery mode now from the, not recovery, but the way it dropped down and then popped back up. So now this is really, I don't know where the next resistance level would be. Let's take a look. 2388. So 2388 for RAD, that's a few months ago. That's about a year ago. It's probably one of the last, that's its last, or a year ago, your earnings release, more than likely. And CNSP, there was the pre-market high for CNSP. It is a low float, 6.5 million in the float. I'm going to stick an alert just underneath 3 to see if it takes it out. Yeah, and I saw Ballard earlier too. BLDP, I'm pretty sure I saw Ballard earlier. There it is, 2013. What did it do since then? So there's Ballard, BLDP. We have some early AI alerts. A little out of the price range I like, but a couple are not looking too bad. How is Wish doing? So Wish is, yeah, it's kind of recovering, but it's still what I'd be doing is putting an alert. I'm going to stick an alert right up here, 2388, which is just 12 cents below the actual IPO price. See if at some point, probably not today, but at some point, There's some big people behind this. Goldman, I know Grumpy says it's a piece of whatever, but there's some big people behind this. People, financial institutions like Goldman, and our chart. I asked for our charts to be fixed on it, so it doesn't reflect the fact that it used to trade back in 2017 under the same symbol, completely different company, But going forward, yeah, I'd like to see this take out at least the IPO price. Okay, LiveX Media. Well, what are the markets doing? Market Dow is up, SPY is up, NAS is up, everything's up. And Coeur d'Alene, CDE, still, so these silver plays, here's some silver, more other silver plays, guys. So silver is hot, hot, hot. Gold, both gold and silver. So there's the ETF for silver, SLV. And we have another halt. Boy, fast and furious action this morning. Okay, guys, boy, I mean, listen, there's no recommendation. I'm looking maybe on a 20 break for this one. This is this other one, the other China IPO from a couple of days ago. OCG. YGMZ, so that got halted also, obviously, shouldn't say obviously, but just by the name it looked like a China stock, and it is. So, what are you doing? This is probably a symbol name change here. Doubtful it's an IPO. So some of these China stocks are just going crazy today. Well, man, oh man, there it is, guys. I mean, it just popped right through 20. OCG. Wonder if it'll get halted again. I'd like to see XNet start to move a little bit. It is a China stock, a crypto play, of course, and yes, OCG just got halted again. So again, guys, I mean, this is completely and utterly up to you to trade this OCG. Anything could happen. Got hit up to 24 something in the 24.55 in the pre-market. China, another silver play, HL. Just one moment, please. I have to say it, guys, but surf's not up. SURV fading here. Now, nicely done, PJ, on the CDE. Okay, so Phoenix, and this is for everybody. Before you get into any trade, you have to know where your stop is. Okay, you have to know because that's going to help you size the trade. Okay, so you shouldn't be taking a trade unless you know what your risk is. Now, Having said that, I mean, I certainly would not let this thing go down below 80 cents. I mean, looking right here in that 15-minute chart from yesterday. But that's just, you know, you have to know what your stop is before you take a trade. And why I say that, so let's just say for argument's sake that your stop was at 85 cents and you got in at 95, so you'd have a 10-cent stop. If depending on your account size, you know, you have to know how much you're willing to risk per trade. So let's just say for argument's sake, to make the math really easy, you were going to risk $100 a trade. So if you have a 10-cent stop, you can do the math. You could buy 1,000 shares. 1,000 shares times 10 cents. If it doesn't work, you'll lose $100. But you have to know that. So that's why I'm saying you have to know where your stop is, so that you can take the difference between where you get in and your stop, divide that into how much you're willing to risk per trade. How much you're willing to risk should be the same amount every trade, you know, within reason. And of course, how much you're going to risk per trade, you know, that'll be really depending on your account size. So if you have $5,000 in your account, you will not be risking $1,000 a trade. So hopefully that helps. I'm not trying to dump on you, Phoenix, you know, but that's a common question, especially for new traders, not having a stop, number one. Just assuming that anything they buy is going to work. A little bit of lag here on my charts. Wow. What an IPO, and is it halted again? No, it's not halted again, but look at this IPO. Holy smokes. It is halted again, sorry. Where are they out of? Yeah, New York. Okay, so wow. Well, I appreciate that comment, John. Trading's hard. I mean, it's not easy. But you have a few basic rules. SLDB, wow, look at this move. So the high of 2 days ago, 685, it's right there. EQOS. Yeah, wow, this is a nice IPO. Where are they out of? So another China company. Yeah, I mean, how many shares? 25 in the float, so it's a low float situation. Well, yeah, I mean, if you know, the bet on crypto, obviously, if you got into crypto about 6 months ago, you are laughing in terms of just Bitcoin itself, but even GBTC. I mean, look at GBTC. I mean, even a few days ago, I mean, when was this? This was less than a month ago, you know, it's almost doubled. I mean, it was down to 1750. It's at 30 right now. Oh, this probably would have worried some people, this little move here. All right, EDTK, another China stock, guys. So China, hot. Another China stock, EDTK, some topping tails here, pre-market. Only 5.7 million in the float. I don't know what they do. Holding company engages in, so it's education. Because all I had to do is look at the name of the company. I mean, this is really, really crazy. I mean, I think the IPO price was either 5 or 6 for WNW. Meanwhile, TRIT, I wish I still had some. This was my, oh well, still made over a little bit, about $1 in the pre-market on that move down for TRIT. Would have been in it, kept in it, except for that move right there got me thinking, okay, maybe it's going to bounce, and it did a little bit, but yeah, it's a little bit low. I mean, it's in here because it did meet the minimum volume restriction of 150,000. Um, yeah, so it's a little bit low, but the relative volume is huge, of course, because it obviously doesn't trade that much. I really hadn't seen this one before. All right, so this will be at least a 10-minute halt. If this opens, then I'm looking at the projection 2275, 2280. That is a projected open. If it is a 10-minute halt, it will open in a little over a minute from now. It'll be at 10:02 plus 42 seconds if it is a 10-minute halt. Okay, so there's the halt. Give me a moment, please. Okay, I'm going to put this up and see if it... Insane. Okay, OCG, guys, is now resumption. Now this got halted on the way down. Let's see if it recovers. Meanwhile, SLDB continues. Man, there's so much happening this morning. DRD, well, it's another probably, well, gold, silver, most of them. Well, it's just gold. Okay. So gold, of course, is gold and silver, guys. You know, just when you think nothing like this can happen again, and it happens. Remember, this was a opened. I mean, even the day it opened, it seemed crazy. It opened at 8, got up to 13. That seemed crazy. Hit 67 yesterday. That seems crazy. Hitting 133 today. I don't know, is that crazy? Well, that's yesterday's news, Phil. That is yesterday's news. I mean, APHA. Another, yeah, rocket ship. Boy, these China stocks. Sorry, it is not a China stock. Sorry. Jupiter, Florida. That's why it's called Jupe, W. I'm sorry. Thought it was a China stock. I can't imagine how you could have scalped WNW unless you're talking about scalping for dollars, because the spread was it was so wild. But you made money. That's I guess that's the bottom line. So this SCPS is still halted, I guess. Boy, with a projected open of 43.80. I mean this is crazy also. $7 IPO yesterday. Yeah, I'm a little surprised with Magnavox, Macrogenics. A little surprised. Okay, I haven't even had a chance to really look at so 21.99, 22.30 for Rite Aid. Not bad. All right, TCAT. Okay, what do you got? 6 million in the float. China stock, TCAT. Lots of volume. Look at that. It's going to easily trade the float. 6 million in the float. It's traded 5.7 already. Did hit in the pre-market 328. Starting to come back. Volume coming into it now. What sort of now the two? Okay, I'm sorry. That's on the week. Okay, so what do we got here for TCAT? Okay, OCG just opened. Yeah, it won't have this one. I made a change to the shared layout. You can always add this if you want. It's one of my one of the individual scans that I'm sharing. Okay, so there it is. But again, it won't have this window. It'll have this one, the basic new highs and lows, which is fine. Yeah, lots of halts. Here's another one, Bonzo. I haven't seen this one. Are you? Yes, of course, you're a China stock. So look at this one, BNSO. Now another one here. Look at this one going XXII. Boy, look at the volume that just came in. Not a low float, 136 million in the float. Looking for, so far, some out of the price range. I like to trade the AI, so kind of backing off a little bit here. Boy, this one has been halted for quite a while now. The SCPS. In fact, we don't have the last halt, I don't think. There it goes. Okay, it just opened, and wow, I mean, what can you say? Just opened, SCPS. Now this, I put this in the watch list this morning, but of course you can't, at 42, I mean, there's no way you can chase it. Boy, this just opened again at 10:11, and it's like nonstop. WNW. I'm just waiting to see if the OCG will catch up a little bit. Mentioned the Hecla earlier, HL, silver play, HL. Well, who knows? I mean, who knows with what's going to happen with this What do they do? I mean, I know it's a bio. Halted again. SCPS halted again. Lululemon. Yeah, wow. Wow, wow, wow. There's the high, getting close to its all-time high, 383. You know what I haven't looked at for a long time is Zoom. Zoom even recovered? Not really. I mean, still up crazy from a year ago, but all right, Taseko or Taseko. All right, OCG open for business again. Let's see if this really recovers here. Gets back over 20 again. See if we get some of those other investors involved. Investors, it's all right. Can't call anybody who's doing these investors, but the WNW. TCAT is halted, yes. TCAT halted at 10:13. So another maybe 2 minutes. You should have our halts resumed if you're a subscriber. I did not get VMAR. No, I did not get VMAR. Man, this is halt Thursday. Look, another one halted. Where are you out of? So we got a couple of Florida stocks that are going crazy. So LNSR. Good morning, Avery. 10:16. Wow, what a morning. All these halts, LS and NSR, another low float situation. So halted at 877. So looking left, you've got some room maybe to that 930 mark. If it's shaping up. So far, it's shaping up 880. So it's not like a big jump. Shaping up. Okay, MGNX looks like it may be trying to bounce from these lows here. Right here. 5-minute chart, 2-minute chart. Looks like it's, let's see what the high right there is, $26. Maybe if it takes out 26, it might have a shot to get back up into that 29 area. Yeah, that's an AI play also. RDFN, just not in the price range I like, but that's okay. I mean, it's for those of you who, I mean, that's up 3.4%, 3.4% now from the AI alert. And we have a resumption for SCPS. Oh, I know. Oh, I see. Yes, yes, yes. On the halt. Yes. Ooh. A little bit scary. Yeah, I don't know if I really believe that spike up to 44 for MGNX after hours yesterday. All right, OIIM. This was active yesterday and now just over 9 and low float, 19 million in the float. All-time high, it looks like. All-time high, just over that whole number of 9. Not a lot of volume, 282,000 shares, so not a lot of volume. Okay, so OCG opened and it's sliding now too. Probably in relation to this, this has been halted, but if you look at the order entry right now, the potential stacking up at 65, it was 55, so it's come up a little bit, but $65, who knows where this is going to open. Okay, another one that is ripping here, AKTS 1168 on the alert, 1181 now. And look at this break. Wow, look at this break on the weekly chart. So it's had, 4 strong days, including today, AKTS. Where are they out of? Boy, this looks like it's going to get halted on the way down again. OCG. Mankind, MNKD. So it's just above yesterday's high, 405. It's on the move. It's not a low float. 218 million in the float. Looking left, what do we see? 405 is the high over here. So really, on the monthly chart, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but $7. If you look at the monthly chart, kind of the next area. Let's take a look on the weekly chart, see if it's kind of the same. You have to go back over 3 years before we see highs like this. High is 425 3 years ago for MNKD. Holding 4, MNKD holding 4. Oh, you went long, okay. Yeah, it's a nice bounce. Definitely a nice bounce, 788. So if you got in around 8 right here, that's a pretty good bounce. Lots of volume, 3 million shares, 21 million in the float for EOLS. Again, where are they out of? Okay, US based stock. Hit a high of 560 in the pre market. I know some of you were in the AWH yesterday, so this is now, I mean, interesting swing. 475 was the high, is that right? 542. So it is above the high. Look at the void again. Somebody mentioned why this, I think the name change or something, but AWH. Yeah, so be careful now on these crazy China plays. Yeah, again, that's not a China play, but these halts. Well, a TCAT actually not a pad alert 190. What did it hit? Got all the way up to 268. It was halted, popped up, it's come down. This one is still interesting. 333. There's the alert at 333 from my watch list. Still interesting. Like to see the volume pick up. Well, it's getting a little stronger, Dreamer. 82.82. When did it get halted? At 10:17. So this is, if it is a 10-minute halt, it'll open in 10 seconds. If it is a 10-minute halt, let's see if it does open. And the answer is no. So this is going to be more than a 10-minute halt now for WNW. And if you're wondering what we're talking about when we're talking about the order stacking up, you can see right there, there's the halt for WN. This is from Interactive Brokers. So there's the halt at 144. You know, in theory, if it opened right now, it'd be gapping down to 85 in theory. But at one point, this was down to 55. So that's why this is pretty bleak. And I think, of course, it is really, it's affecting the other one. Okay, so this one just resumed. You got to watch this one. I have no idea if that is correct. 90,000 shares in the float. You've got to really, I mean, I don't know what, I mean, that's insanely low, so I don't know. Back off, in other words. So I'm surprised that the spread is not crazier. I mean, it's 10 cents. Well, I think it's 10:29. This is typically when I welcome everybody. So yes, welcome. Welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. I'm going to put my homepage link into the room. VUZI, VUZI on the march again. So, if you have, well, first of all, click on my homepage link, lots of information there. So click on my homepage link. Got ahead of myself there. If you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off. Either the first month only or the entire year. Give you an idea how much Trade Ideas costs. 4 plans, premium and standard, annual. So the premium annual is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The AI is having another great day today. 4.5, 4.5. Well, of course, this is the same stock, 2 different strategies alerted to it. So there's RDFN. I'm going to go over the AI in more detail in a bit, but that's the main reason why people take our premium service. There are other differences, but that's the main reason. So again, $22.68 a year or $10.68 a year minus the 15%. You don't have to have an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard is $118, premium is $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. After that, it'll go to the normal prices, regular prices. If you decide, though, that you want to upgrade at any point, say from standard to premium or from monthly to annual, you can do so and we will honor the promo code. More information from my homepage. You can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Haven't really checked it this morning. RVLV, though, it was really, really good. Let's see quickly what it is doing. Yeah, it's still looking good. I mean, the trigger was at 24.40, so it's still up over $3 from Monday's trigger. I do a recap every day. You can click here and subscribe to it. All the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, all the scans. So hopefully they're named in a way that kind of makes sense. You can pick and choose which ones you might want to take a look at. Lots of education right here in that education link. One of the links is the 20 lessons in 20 days. Actually, I just call them 20 short lessons now. So if you're brand new to our platform, brand new, click on that 20 short lessons link and it tells you, explain some of the basic features of trade ideas. What is a top list? Building one. What is an alert window? Building one. Okay, all the basic features all covered right here. And if you don't have trade ideas, you can also click on the link and you can see what some of the basic features that we do have are. Daily support session. So again, from that education link on my homepage, daily support session. So what happens is we have a YouTube stream, Trade Ideas YouTube stream, that I monitor between 9 and 12. It's kind of the same as this trading room. There are 2 trading rooms. This room is a little more robust, a lot more traders, more activity, etc. But the YouTube feed is fine if you really, all you want to do is listen to me and see my screen. But at 12 o'clock Eastern Time, another trader takes over for an hour. And you can always go over there. I do take a break at 12, between 12 and 12:30. So you could always head over to the YouTube stream and listen to another trader. I will put that link in before I go on my break. So the daily webinars, you can sign up for them, but the daily webinars will resume in January when we get back to our normal schedule, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Educational videos here and some trading ebooks here. Okay, so a lot of information on my homepage. So Sam, well, if you have trade ideas, again, it's one of the scans that I'm sharing. So just click on my homepage link and scans that I share, click here and halts resumes somewhere. Here we are, halts resumes, one of the scans that I'm sharing. And when you do that, this is what you'll see. All right, now I do want to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus. So Chris, there's nothing, the AI's got nothing to do with that squeeze me, okay? The AI is a completely different animal, all right? The squeeze me is just as you said, it probably has a high short float, maybe a low float and a high short float. And, you know, so the theory is maybe a squeeze is coming. I mean, that's really all there is to it. If you click on the symbols, you'll probably see, I don't know what the minimum is, but if you right click on the window itself, and just look and click on configure and then summary, you'll see what the filters are. Okay, and that's what it's looking for. And I wouldn't say it is a short sell platform in that regard. If you're talking about that, I think it, you know, I don't use it, but I think it's more looking for stocks that are moving with a high short float. Oh, I haven't used Alpha Predator in years. Stacking up. It is stacking up at, hopefully you're not in it, 30. 30. All right, I want to talk a little bit about the AI. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. And once the market closes, the AI gets to work on optimizing all of those strategies. And that's what happened last night when the market closed. And these, out of the 50, quite a few of them actually, out of the 50 strategies, these are the ones that made the cut. Now, just because a strategy makes the cut doesn't mean it'll produce any alerts. It's like anything else. There are filters, a lot of filters in place. There's a trigger. And if no stocks meet all the filters, the event, then you don't get an alert. So the only alerts so far are right here. Okay. Out of all those strategies that made the cut, there have been only 5 alerts, and one of them, or 2 of them, are the same symbol. So what I would do to watch them is from the toolbar, I would click on New, and then I would click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, the Trades window. And when you do that, this is the window that will be brought up. And, you know, I mean, you have an entry, you have a stop, and it's up to you to, you know, trade them. I mean, how you want to trade them is up to you. You know, I am somebody who really likes the ones under 20. That's just my personal preference. But you can see right off the bat, I mean, there's the Redfin, 74.81, 77.28, 3%. It triggered in 2 different strategies. That happens every now and then. But I also use this as a watch list. Sometimes, you know, you might, maybe the AI is a little early. Maybe it dips and then comes back up. You know, you can use it as a watch list all day long. Track the strong ones. Yeah, all you have to do, I mean, if you're, we don't recommend auto trading it, okay, Flair? We do not recommend, maybe on the entries, but you know, our recommendation is you manage the exits on your own. But yeah, all you have to do is, you know, when you click on Holly AI, then you can select long or short. Okay, long or short. Okay. Okay, so I do want to talk a little bit about our program before I talk about Brokerage Plus. So we are what I would call an event-based scanner. You create the event in this particular window, momentum up. Here are the filters that I'm using, and I'm sharing this scan. You know, you can have it, but these are and of course, if you don't like the price range, for instance, you can always change it. but this is what I use, and you can always just click on that summary and you can see the filters that I'm using. So this is what I've done. I'm using these filters. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. So that's why these stocks are showing up. That's the event. And of course you can construct your own event. We have many alerts, many filters. I'm not going to go over them all, of course, but many alerts and filters that you can pick from. It's kind of an a la carte, so you can create your own. You don't have to know a programming language to do any of this. This is sort of the nature of what Trade Ideas tried to do at the very beginning. Instead of creating a programming language that you'd have to learn in order to create all this, we give you a menu that you can choose from. Now, we also link with many brokerage platforms. We have a linking tool, external linking tool, and in fact, let me add my link here to. So what does linking do? Linking is a time saver. You get an alert, and if you've linked to your brokerage platform, then instead of having to type in the symbol, it'll load into your order entry. So it's just a time saver, okay? If you're like me, clicking on a lot of symbols all day long, it would be a real pain if I had to type the symbols in. So it is a time saver. That's what linking is. Look at BQ on the move here. BQ on the move also. China, I shouldn't say of course, but it is a China stock. Look at the room it's got on that daily chart. Now, if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, then you can also use this Brokerage Plus window to trade from within this window. So you wouldn't have to trade from within your Interactive Brokers account. Now you can do a lot of interesting things using this Brokerage Plus window. And I'm going to put the you're talking about the AI strategies. You can't see if you're talking about all the filters, etc., Chris, they're proprietary, so you cannot see. I think the question was, can you see, these strategies? You can't. It's proprietary, so you cannot see the filters and the trigger that is being used. Okay, so that is I just popped in the Brokerage Plus video, okay? And it's going to tell you exactly how you can use Brokerage Plus, this Brokerage Plus window, if you have an Interactive Brokers account to trade from within this window. So you can do things like set up, let's say you see something you like and you want to trade it, you right click again, so you check the chart and you go back up to the symbol. I'll do it, start from scratch. You go back to the symbol, right click, hover over that trade, and you can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. You just click how you want to trade it, and it's all covered in that video. So it's not quite auto trading, but it's pretty darn close. Within seconds, you size up the chart, you think, yep, I really like it, and again, you just pick how you want to trade it. So that is how you can use this Brokerage Plus window to trade. Now, the other huge way you can use this Brokerage Plus window is to practice trading. If you click on the sim, and this is only available where it says sim, if it's only available in the download version. If you're using our web-based version, it is not available. Okay, so only available if you have the app. You download the application. Very simple to use. It's using our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what brokerage account you've got. Okay? And again, it's simple to use. You just click on an alert. It automatically links. The symbol will show up here. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. I'm not saying anything about ATCO. All I'm doing is, most of the time I'm pointing out opportunity. Well, I mean, this is obviously something that has been beaten up. I mean, I'm not saying, yes, I think this is a good short right now, or you should be buying this right now. Okay, I mean, to me, I mean, obviously the bias is short. It's got room underneath, but I'm not saying to pile into this short right now. Now, I don't make recommendations quite like that. If I get into a trade, I'm going to tell you about it, but I'm just pointing out opportunities. Some will look at this and go, "Yeah, I see what he's looking at." Wouldn't mind shorting that if you do have shorts available in your platform. Some may wait for a bounce. So, getting back to now, you can do some interesting things also. You can set up conditional buys. In other words, let's just say I wanted to take this trade if it broke over 209, got back over 2, and that's the TCAT. So I could pick how many shares I want to do and I'm going to put in there 210. And I'm going to put 210 here also. And I'm going to click on the buy. And there you are. So you see there's a blue line right there. So if it got up to 210, it will take the trade. This is what we call a conditional buy order. So, I mean, if you thought that was where you'd want to take a trade, it's breaking up above potential resistance area and it breaks above, fine. You can also, of course, do it on a pullback. Let me get rid of that order. So if I instead wanted to buy it if it pulled back to say $1.66 right down here, do the same thing. 166. Click the buy and it'll show up here on the chart again. So if this went down to 166, it would take the order. Okay? So I'm going to leave it there just for fun. So if it happens, just to show you how that would work. Now, to take a trade immediately, let's take the trade. I mean, just to show. Wow, look at the void here. Let's just take the trade right now. ATX. Let's take 300 shares. The spread it's okay, so I can go in at the market. Not a big deal, especially if it's a fast mover. So there it is. Took the trade, 455. Always have a stop, of course. Now, as I pointed out before, you would know your stop before you took the trade, but I'm just sort of showing you how easy it is to use this paper trading platform or the paper trading option within Brokerage Plus. I'm going to put a stop here at say 426, so I can add the stop order. And you'll see that it'll show up right there on the chart. So again, you can see that if it goes down to 426 and I don't take it out, say before that, it'll take me out for an $88 loss. Now I can also if I want, I can put a target. I'm just showing you how to do this. Let's put a $5 target on it, just to show you how it'll show up on the chart. There you go. So you see how it shows up on the chart. So if I let this run its course and don't do anything, if it goes down to 426, I'd be out for an $88 loss. If it goes up to 5 and I don't change it, I'll be out for a $133 gain. These lines are movable. So if this trade really started working well, I could start moving my stop up into other areas of support on the chart. I could probably move it up to here a little bit. There's a little area of support. And so that if it took that out, I should be out of the trade. But I can use this kind of like a trailing stop. I just move this up and down where I want. So Sniper, it is part of just click on my home page. Click on my home page. Let me just pop the link in again. So click on my homepage link and go to the section where it says scans and this is one of them, okay? Okay, so we'll see how this works. I mean, see how it works. See if of course, if the same thing applies, if it started to approach 5 and it was trading really well, why would I allow myself to be taken out at 5? So I could move this up also, or I could move it down if I want to get out earlier. If I want to do it on the chart. Now, you don't have to use the chart. If I want to get out of a trade right now, I just flatten it. It gets me out of a trade. If I want to get out of half, these are hotkeys. I can get out of half the trade, or I could double my trade. Or I could go here, if I only wanted to trade 100 shares, put 100 in here, pick the price I want to get out at, and sell. Very easy to use. If you're new to trading, I cannot emphasize enough, practice trading before you get into the market with your real money. And even if you're used to trading, but maybe testing a certain strategy out, you want to see, well, if there's something I think, a strategy that I think might work, you can always, practice right here. Yeah, keep waiting for this to break out, this CYTK. This is a great base here, guys. I mean, just sort of holding right here. I mean, you can see what could happen if it really breaks out. So for me, it's just not ready yet. I have to take out this area right there, which is about 2185, not that far away. Yeah, I certainly can't make any suggestions for you, SMJ. First of all, did you have a plan when you were going to get out of the trade? I'm assuming you're up. So this has been, look at this, all over the place. And okay, somebody said that it has 1 million in the float, checked another source. So whatever it is, I mean, it's not 90,000 perhaps, but it is super, super low. And then just got halted again. Good man. And now that's stacking up to be 1038. Yeah, so I can't offer any opinions on that, SNJ. I'm not a financial advisor. There might be others in Tesla that might want to offer an opinion, but I mean, I just can't really make any suggestions one way or the other. All right, so things have settled down a little bit after what a wild open with all. Look at all the halts going all the way back to. Wow, look at all these halts today. Jeez. Even SNCA early on, but the market opened. You know, some of these are multiple halts for the same symbol, of course, but man, oh man. Whoa, man, I wish I still had this one, this trit. Oh, wow. Just disaster. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know, Burn. I know I see this. I just disregard it. I mean, you see that on the SPY sometimes too. You know, in fact, you know, you see, look at that. I mean, you see this on the SPY sometimes. I have no, true explanation for this. Well, just download it. It's one of the ones that I'm sharing, Michael, from my homepage. Just click on my homepage link and click on the scan section, and then just find it. It's one of the scans that I'm sharing. The reason I make you guys do this, all right? If you're wondering, why don't I just put the darn link in? Because I'd be doing that all day long, okay? People ask me for links all day long, so it's a lot easier for me, of course. A little bit of work on your part to click on a link and then loading it. But yeah, but it's now halted on the way up, guys. I mean, this is. If you'd seen the initial, as Dreamer pointed out, it just did open, and now it's halted on the way up. The initial was 55, so at least it opened at 88, and it's hard to know where it's going to end up. You know, right now it's 91. However, now it's stacking up 88, 88. Aha! So you see how that worked, guys. Remember, I put in a conditional buy order for TKAT to take it on a pullback. And so it took it on the pullback automatically. Okay, again, using our real-time data. Doesn't matter. Now, if I don't like it, you know, of course, I can just get out of the trade and flatten it. You know, it looks like it's, you know, if it, you know, it looks like it is not going to bounce anytime soon. But if it does, it should be around 155, 156. If it doesn't, then, you know, just get out of the trade and flatten it. Well, at this point, I mean, there's nothing that would get me into this one, okay? I mean, it's just sort of sitting around this area, so, you know, that's my opinion, okay? Nothing, you know, until it would break out of this area, I mean, there's nothing that would get me into this swing. I mean, if you're bounded in a term, you'd have to put a stop about 550. But at this point, and it's awful looking on the 15, you know, I mean, topping tails, bottoming tails, chopping all over the place. So unless there's some kind of a news catalyst, you know, this is just, for me personally, just not interesting. So GKK, if you're still in the room, basically XNet is back where I bought it yesterday. What is your kind of analysis on it? Of course, I don't hold you to it at all, but you were so bang on in the Mara. Yep. So there's what we're talking about, FUBU. So 10% FUBU. There's a Yeah. Just what's your analysis on the XNet? I know you like it. Any particular reason why? I mean, I know it's crypto. It's China crypto, but I know you said yesterday that you were out of the Mara. No, I understand, but it is not. It doesn't seem to be quite following Bitcoin like the other ones are. That's all. Ah, okay. Okay, I don't know what you mean by that. Back to 144. What do you mean by that? That's a little too promotional. I'm just going to delete the post, okay? I mean, it might. Listen, it might. It's been halted, and it might get back up there, but a little too promotional. But it's been halted again, and now it's stacking up at 120, 120. So I mean, it's not over, but incredible. Now, what is OCG doing? Yeah, OCG is kind of basing. I mean, for it. So people ask all the time. I mean, is a couple of things. Is Trade Ideas only good for day trading? And is the AI only good for day trading? Okay, so a couple explanations. First of all, with the AI. The AI does get out of every trade by the end of the day, more for statistical comparison to what the spy's done, so we have some kind of benchmark. But here's the deal. Here's Fubo as an example. Now, I'm not saying you should swing this, but I mean, if this remains strong, by the end of the day, you can make a determination yourself whether or not you'd want to swing it. Obviously, I mean, one may say that it's pretty extended on that monthly chart, but I mean, that's a determination you can make. And that would be with any of the AI alerts. If you see room, on these, that's why I have these higher time frames here, monthly, weekly, and daily charts, higher time frames, because if you see room for a stock to keep moving without any resistance, in theory, you could look at it and say, well, that could be a potential swing trade. Okay, so, and I mean, it's up to you. The same thing with Trade Ideas. All the things that I see here, yes, these are intraday setups, but look, I mean, if it closed well, and for me closing well, meaning near the high of the day, and then again I'm looking left on these higher time frames. If there's room, you can make up your own mind. Yeah, I mean, there's still room. I might want to swing it. So I mean, it is up to you. Meanwhile, ATXI is moving a little bit here. This is the one that I took in the simulator. Okay, so I know I repeat myself a lot every day talking about the AI and how I think, it can be utilized. So look, here's the entry at 30.56. AI got out at 31.50. Okay, a dollar. I mean, not terrible, but look what it did. Now, why did it get out there? Because there was the alert. It moved up, and when it saw this starting to happen, it said, "You know what? I better get out and save some profit." That's fine. That's perfect. But doesn't mean that as a watch list, you can watch this all day long. So I mean, look at this, what it was doing, kind of basing. It took a little pop here. I mean, you could have got in this area right there, 31.45 and rode it up to 34 without any problem. When I say problem, it didn't whip down at all. I mean, it just went basically straight up. So this is how I'd be using the AI. I mean, if I could pay a little more attention to a lot of different things, I mean, this is how I'd be using it, but I'm just sort of explaining how I think the AI should be used, as a watch list all day long. Yeah, actually, he said he was going to be. I know he popped in a few times, but I think he said that he was going to be taking some time off until the new year. And that was back in end of November. I know he popped in a few times, but yeah, well, this is not following suit. Again, this is not. You really look at what these guys do. I mean, it's not certainly not a mass market. you know, Artifacts, art, etc. It's an online, so I guess I don't know if it's like an auction house for art exactly, but it's not quite the same as the other one, which is more for the masses, which is food. When I'm talking about the other one, excuse me, I'm talking about the W&W, which is why I think it is more. It can do stuff like this. The only link really is that they both launched on the same day. Yeah, today is wild and woolly. There's no question. This MGNX is definitely interesting. I mean, it's gone actually negative now after getting FDA approval. Again, I don't really believe this up here. 44. This is after hours. The only thing I can think of is that the drug is so expensive, and revenues are so far out that I mean, on the surface, it looks excellent. As certainly as a press release and FDA approval, but market is not viewing it like that right now. Anyway, did it really was? I mean, I just have a tough time believing there was really something up there, some poor soul. Oh, Bern, you're asking me to remember last year. I can't remember. December is not a bad month though. Everybody thinks people are just taking it off, but no, I don't. That'll look like that. Look at it like that. But I can't remember last year. The only thing I can say, of course, this is the year of the SPAC, so we've got all those crazy, IPO mergers to deal with. We've had a lot of IPOs recently, but I can't remember what happened last year. All right, so IQ did have a bit of a rally here, but so there's the financing price, 1750 for IQ. So it's sitting right on the financing price. Yeah, I mean, so that's who they're buying, skills. Yeah, I don't have a real feel for the SPACs in that regard. I mean, I like to see the it happen, and then afterwards have the new symbol, and then see what happens. I mean, right now it's total speculation, of course. Sometimes I mean, you like to think the merger is going to happen for sure, and it looks like it is for sure, but till it happens. I mean, I look at this one, this what, spill or stick, STIC dot U. What is it doing right now? So they announced today that they're buying. Is it Bark Bite? So when? Okay, so when is it going to change? When is the symbol going to change? So anyway, these guys are merging with a pet food subscription-based company, kind of like Chewy. Oh, it did. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Don't have it. You sure that's the symbol? Doesn't appear. Still not the. All right, guys, time is at 11:15. I'll be back in about 2 to 3 minutes, okay? Back in about 2 to 3 minutes. Okay, okay, finally, so it's SKLZ. Okay, SKLZ. Okay, so that was Fiat, right? So it really didn't move too much. This is where Fiat closed yesterday at 1768. So it really hasn't moved that much. SKLZ, yeah, a lot of snow in New York. Huh. So really, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, it certainly has not popped since it finally made, the merger is, as you say, complete. Okay, so this one was on the move here. Don't know too much about this one. Where are they out of? Okay, speaking of snow, out of New York. Hey, good for Emily. All right, guys, so you see how that worked? That TKAT took the trade on the pullback right to that level, and it held, and now it's starting to bounce off that pullback level. That's how you can use the simulator. You can, practice, even if you're not new to trading. But you thought, man, I wonder what would happen if I, took this trade on a pullback to that level. Well, you get practice. So this one is on the move. Dicey, be careful, but it is on the move. Look at these I mean, that's just astonishing. I mean, there's almost a $10 move, from the lows right there, 22 something. Boy, this OCG, thudding back to reality. I mean, look at this, $25, $26 down to 11. So another gaming stock, GAN. Boy, these are some pretty wild swings. Now we have another halt. So this just got halted on the way up. SCPS got halted on the way up. All right, guys, what time is it? 11:12. I'll be right back. I gotta get some water. Right back. Alright guys, I'm back. Alright guys, sorry, I'm just kind of looking at some of the things I've got thumbnailed. Okay, another education stock. Well, I haven't seen this one for a while. This had a crazy month way back here when a lot of the, I guess, the online education stocks were going crazy. Look at it, got up to $17. It's not a low float either, 42 million in the float. That's for the BOXL. Some volume, look at the volume coming in. In fact, all the volume today is almost right here in that 5-minute chart. I mean, there's 3.5 million, 3.8 now, and 3.2 of it is right here for BOXL. So again, continues to move here. Gaming stock. How are the other ones doing? It's under gaming stock. Yeah, this is in a, unfortunately, this is not like game. This is computer systems design, but so it's not really a gaming. It's not really in the gaming sector. Well, I don't know for sure. I mean, they're usually 5 minutes. So the last one, 123.41, 128.41. So that was a 5-minute halt. Normally they're 5 minutes, but you know, there's no guarantee. If it's not 5, then it's usually a multiple of 5. So it's not 5, it'll be 10. If it's not 10, it'll be 15. But there's no, I mean, I don't know. But typically it's a 5-minute halt. The last one was 5-minute. Really? Because the last one was 5 minutes. But there's no way of knowing ahead of time. There might be, but I don't know. I mean, maybe there's some website that'll say, okay, this is going to be, we've determined this will be a 10-minute halt. They're at least 5 minutes, so. Where are they out of? San Diego, BC. I've never seen this one. Oh, this is. Oh, okay. This was an IPO yesterday, I guess. B cab. I'll bet you this is super successful. I don't know what the IPO, what it was priced at, but my guess is that this is super successful today. It got up to 44. It's pulled back, but thank you. 18. Wow. No, as opposed to Wish. Wish is just not. It's getting closer to the IPO price of 24, but compared to some of these other IPOs from the last few days, this is like nothing. I'm really surprised about this one. I thought, when this happened, that would have been really just about it for the WNW. But I mean, it's halted again, and it's still alive. The OCG is just a disaster. Me too, GKK. Well, I couldn't have been more wrong about this one, thinking that, I was going to swing this one, this RVP, but luckily for me, it did not close where I wanted it to do, where I wanted it to close 2 days ago. So I backed off my swing trade, and this is really, from 16, and it's a big drop from the high of almost 16 down to 12, 25% drop. Hey, welcome, Tim. Been a wild, wild day for your first day in the market. Well, at least for the stuff that we've been following. Yeah, I don't think I really saw this one yesterday even. I know why, because it didn't. It was under a dollar or touched a dollar, then it came back down. Hey, it's what a couple of days. I mean, looking left on that monthly chart, yeah, it's got this little level here, but I suppose in theory, has a shot to just keep trying to fill in this gap a little bit. It's 32 million in the float, so it's not a huge float. Look at that volume. 167 million. And yesterday, it'll probably be more than yesterday's. Can't tell quite what yesterday's is. It looks like there's a little less than double. But 32 million, so it's traded the float at least over 5 times. But I'm not making a recommendation to get into it again. First of all, you're being chase mode right now. Surprised it's not showing up here. Yeah, I'm a little surprised it's not showing up here for some. Sure, I don't see it. Yeah, seems to fit all the certainly the relative volume, the volume itself. It's up 102%. It's not a pink sheet stock, is it? Hmm. No, it doesn't appear to be a pink sheet stock. Yeah, I'm don't know why it's not showing up here. These are the sort of questions we get all the time from subscribers. Why isn't this showing up? Oh, maybe it's the count. It's possible it's the count, at least 45. Oh, I wonder. You know what it is? I'll bet any money. Sometimes this little EPS thing blocks, even though it shouldn't, it might be blocking it. Well, I'm not going to worry about it, but I think that's the reason. Do you have an EPS filter in there, Will? You know the sort of the trick that we use to get rid of ETFs. Do you have this that filter, the EPS filter, in yours? Because I have a feeling that's what's blocking it. Because everything else is fine. And there's the odd time. There's the odd time that when you have that filter in it, it will block something that is even a stock. That is a stock. Yeah. Take your time. Yeah, I mean, this is geez, another one. I guess I don't know if this. I don't think this was an IPO here, but another China stock stacking up 13. All right, guys, what I'm going to do now is I am going to put a link to the YouTube feed into the room. I'll be taking a break in about a little less than 20 minutes. I'll put the YouTube feed in here, or the link to our YouTube room here. And at noon, Jamie will be there. If you know Jamie, one of our great trainers, the original trainer for Trade Ideas. So he'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Okay, so just a word about a couple of these columns that I have here called the max P&L and the distance from the exit price. So what this is telling me right here is that If I could have got out right at the right to the penny, up here at $4.90, I would have been up $100. Okay. My open P&L is telling me what I'm up right now. So of course you wouldn't want to see this, up 100 and then allow it to drift right, maybe down to 34 or worse, back to being flat. Okay, so the idea then is I do like to have this column because it gives me, if I did get out of this trade, I'd like to see, okay, how good of an exit did I make? Look, you're never going to get to the top to the penny. But let me just take out this trade right now. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to flatten out of this trade right now. Okay. Now the distance from the exit price. So now this is going to tell me, okay, you exited here at 473. From 473, where is it? So of course, if you exited on a long, like you bought a stock, you would have to see a nice big negative number. What that would be telling you is that, well, you exited at say 473 and it's way below. So that would have been a good exit. So I like to have these two columns because it sort of gives me an idea about how good are my exits. The same thing here. My max I could have been out for TKAT was $39. I'm up 17 right now. So it is, it's obviously come down from the max I could have had. So I like these. It's kind of a gauge to let you know how good are your exits. Now the other thing is that you can use this for swing trading setups, or how well you are swing trading. If you take a trade today and you don't exit it by the end of the day, it'll carry forward. So you can definitely practice swing trading in this Brokerage Plus module. Shouldn't call it a module because it sounds like you have to add it on. Just part of the program. It's all part of the standard service. Practice, practice, practice. that's interesting, Xanadu. Okay, so alerts have sort of calmed down somewhat. Mara, wow. Mara makes a new high. Unfortunately, I'm not in this one anymore, but wow. Yeah, this has been a very choppy RAD. Had a beautiful, nice move at the beginning, but a little bit choppy. But now, yeah, this is definitely the trend is down and very important psychological number. It just broke down through 20, and that's for the RAD. surf continues down here. Man, Mara, I mean, this is even, has it caught, I think it's probably caught up to Riot. There's Riot. It's up 5.8%, and Mara is up 26%, and it's getting very close to the same price as Riot. Well, if XNet can start catching up at in the next month, it'll be fabulous. Again, I have to, GKK. I don't know if you're still in the room, but he boldly put a price target of $10 by the end of the year for Mara. Right around here, I think that week, that was November 16th, when it was sitting around $3, $2 to $3. So kudos again. Okay, Wish is getting close to the IPO price now, guys. There's 24, at least it's back up to 24. Okay, guys, what time is it? 11:52. So Jamie's going to be taking over just in about 5 minutes in the YouTube feed. Boy, Orinia is. I saw this in the pre-market, but didn't pay that much attention to it. But look at this. I mean, this is down now 10%. Getting thumped here. Just want to see if there's any specific reason. Well, I mean, you would think they made an announcement after hours yesterday that they announced this collaboration and licensing agreement, I think in Europe and Japan, but the market's not caring at all. Okay, guys, yeah, a little downturn now in the SPY, I see, in the 15-minute chart. A little break out of this consolidation. So I'm not even going to, you got to wonder why. Is it on again, off again, on again, off again, this stimulus? I don't know if that's the reason. Meanwhile, my goodness, look at that SCPS. Yeah, I mean, I didn't dive into that news, but I mean, you would think on the surface that news looked pretty good for AUPH, but obviously the market is saying, you know what? We don't like it. I mean, it's that simple. That's why sometimes you can read news. The only thing, I mean, I read, TRIT. That definitely was a newsworthy thing to read, article to read about TRIT and why it was collapsing. It's got to be, Chris, that when you look at on the surface, yeah, I mean, but it might be that a quote unquote analysts who look into this. I don't know if anything's been published on it. That yeah, it's great. They've got FDA approval, but maybe the drug is really expensive. Maybe it's years out before revenue. All those sort of things. So it's a great feel good release, FDA approval. And an important drug, but evidently, I mean, the market doesn't like it at all right now. Surf continues down here. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up in the YouTube feed, so I'm just going to put my announcement in about my break. Whoops, wrong icon. Maybe it's the price. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's super expensive, and I don't know. I don't know enough about it, but I do recall, though, the last time they had that kind of announcement, it wasn't FDA approval, but I guess it was tests that they had done. I mean, if you recall back here, this is back in May, and it just soared, got all the way up to 32, or it might have been here, it might have been, I can't remember, but I do remember that they had some kind of announcement about it. It passed maybe phase 3 and all that. So a lot of excitement. And I think they did a financing. So no, it was here. It was definitely here. And then they did a financing that kind of knocked the stuffing out of it for a while. And then for some reason it popped up again. But anyway, great. Okay, Jamie. Thank you. So just let me know again in the YouTube chat. Just let me know when you want me to start. Just say you can start streaming now, so that if I do and I boot you out, it's okay. Okay, Jamie. So just let me know again in the YouTube chat. Just let me know when you want me to start. Just say you can start streaming now, so that if I do and I boot you out, it's okay. Okay, Jamie, I will stop streaming right now. In the YouTube, stop streaming right now. In the YouTube chat, just let.
Okay, thank you very much, Barry. I think that was a smooth transition there. But just to be on the safe side, if someone could use the chat panel to let me know that you can now see my desktop and hear me okay. Hello, Iris. Thank you. Guess everything is good to go. All right. Well, welcome to my desktop. Wow. So the market has been pretty resilient as of late. Thank you. Thank you, David. Backseat politician. Nice name. Okay. So as I was just commenting, took a little leg down, and now clearly what used to be the ceiling is apparently becoming the floor as we enter into this next little up phase here. Getting above that line today. Be interesting if we get a close up here. Could be the start of a new little level. But market took a little pullback, but is quite resilient, and lots of things going on in the market today. Lots of movers. Holly not doing too bad, kicking out over 10% in the Fubo play. Nice little entry down here at 30.56. This guy topping out somewhere right around 35 thus far. So just a reminder, this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So this is a great time to get any questions answered about anything at TI related, which encompasses quite a few topics. Could be backtesting, could be the AI, could be Brokerage Plus, could be filters, alerts. Anything is fair game. Mike, hello, sir. Always good to see you. Hello, Christopher. All right, so I have been running Holly in simulated mode today, as you can see here. Let's see, we got a total of 6 signals, but it appears that I didn't get fills on 2 of those things. Of course, RDFN was a dual signal here, and we can see first to the punch was the breakout long, and then pullback. Actually, I stand corrected, a triple signal, and that's why we're only seeing 4 symbols here, because it won't repeat if it's already in one. Now, that brings up a good topic. In the Holly AI panel, when we edit our long and short trading instructions, we've got limited functionality here as opposed to if we were launching one of our own strategies, right? Which we have a lot more options in here. And what I'm getting at here is this option, which hopefully will be added soon to the AI panel. Send orders even when holdings exist for a symbol. All right, so when we're launching our own strategies that we've developed, we do have the option, if we're running multiple strategies, if we already have holdings and another strategy comes along and says, hey, I'm buying or shorting this here, it will add to the position, assuming you have that checkbox ticked off like I currently do. And hopefully that functionality will be migrating to the AI panel in the not too distant future. What's our crowd like today? Even more people have joined up since Barry took his break. So keep in mind, question panel is now open. While I'm waiting for some questions to pop in. A lot of good movers today coming through my new T high. Even things coming through the new T low, but I think definitely the flavor of the day today is Northern. But the small caps continuing to do their thing. IWM was the lagger for quite some time, and it is just going up, up, and away. And typically this is, can't say we're in the ending phases of a bull market, but you know, one of the things that was holding the market back, in my opinion, was the lagging of the IWM, but it is sure doing its thing now. Market firing on all pistons. All right, so if you have any questions, go ahead and throw them out there. In the meantime, we'll just be kind of perusing some stocks. ATXI just literally been on fire this morning, and for good reason. Check out the relative volume. Tell you what, let me grab my pin here. Where'd you go? There we go. Nothing to sneeze at with a relative volume of 26 and change. But this thing has literally been spitting out tons of things this morning. MGTX, another big mover, accompanying the high relative volume as well. All right, got a question coming in here. And the question is, what's the best way to optimize when we're using the back tester? Notice that sometimes starting with SPY and NASDAQ can trim off a lot of bad trades, but is there a best way to approach, or is it trial and error? And yeah, it pretty much is. Let me just get a back test up here. Don't know what this one's going to look like, but let's just generate a data set to take a peek at here. Say we'll wait 5 minutes. And we'll just see what these look like holding till the end of the day. Won't even bother installing any risk management right now. Just kind of want to get some data up here to take a peek at. We'll do 40 days. All right. Once again, I have no idea what this is going to look like, but we'll pop into the optimization tab here and take a peek. And getting back to the question there, Double N. The market directional filters always show us something interesting most of the time. But of course, we're kind of forcing ourselves into a corner if we're just relying on the whims of the market, because a lot of the time stocks do things counter to the market. Okay, so here we have 2,100 trades coming through. Nothing to write home about here. Looking at the daily, just kind of ebb and flow. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. But if we pop into the optimization tab, make sure I'm on all filters. Did I do that? Yep. Okay. So if we were to cruise down here to the S&P filters, okay, how do these things react according to the way that the market is reacting? Maybe we start with the change for the day. Looking at 1% intervals, let's go ahead and shrink it down to 0.5%. Nothing really jumps off the page here. We've got kind of a nice little area of productivity here, not exactly high on the win rate, and just kind of a patchwork there. What about if we look at some of the smaller time frames? We can see that we're immediately able to identify some areas of green, but just because they're green doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be super productive. You know, even if we isolate this little portion right here where the 15-minute changes between these values, we get a nice little area of productivity, but look at the success rate. Okay, so it really does just depend on the event that you're scanning for as to which filters may or may not benefit the scan here as far as optimization goes. And you know, depending on the filter set that you start with and the alert that you're using, there really is an element of randomness in the backtest and optimization process. You know, if we go look at NASDAQ, we're probably not going to see much of a difference here. Once again, areas of green, but not the best as far as win rate or profit factor go. And of course, I started off with a pretty slim filter set here. So really, since we don't know what filters might benefit as far as optimization go, you know, one of the more manual ways is just to scan through each and every filter and looking for the large blocks that we could knock off while, you know, improving the stats and decreasing the trade count. Now, while I'm going through this process, you know, let me just remind everybody that this process is the exact same process that the AI goes through each and every evening, right? Except it does it countless times, all right? By the time the AI is done optimizing and backtesting its core strategies each and every night, literally millions of scans and calculations and optimization attempts have been attempted. But of course, in the end, all that matters is did the strategy in question, after it was optimized and backtested repeatedly, did it meet the minimum score on our proprietary scoring system? If it did, it makes the cut. just as all of these strategies did today. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 strategies. 13 strategies out of approximately 40 to 45 base strategies made the cut. Okay, so Holly's doing the best optimization and backtesting from a statistical standpoint. Of course, the thing about backtesting and optimization is just because we have a strong statistical data set does not ensure profitability, or what we could say victory on any given day. But over the long term, and playing the odds over the long term, it does give us that statistical edge. All right, is it better to optimize all filters first and then rerun or rebacktest as you go? I notice I always get different results. Well, backtesting is a little, it's depending on whose eyes you're looking through. Every person has different perceptions of where they should start. Okay, this brings up a good time to kind of revisit this strategy, or it's not really a strategy. We could call it a base, right? Very similar to what Holly deals with. And when I started optimizing this filter set along with a simple alert of new high, I started with a group of filters that I only wanted to target initially in the form of the range filters, right? So we've got this option when we pull up the back tester. I was just helping somebody with this on a live chat. I think it was yesterday. They were like, hey, when I go into optimize, well, I guess it would help if I get a data set up here so I could click on optimization. Let me just get it to churn through the results here. So we can use all the filters. Or, you know what? My brain's not working good today. Advanced. That's what I should have went to first to show you guys this. Okay, notice this area right here. Columns and results. Use all available columns. Use columns from the strategy. So another way to do it is only pick the filters that you think might have the best promise. Of course, you don't know if they have promise until you isolate them and run the back test, and then just examine those columns. It's a lot easier than picking through the entire filter list to find those specific filters. We can just tell the system, look, only use available columns. Once I do that and I go into the optimization tab, you'll notice I don't have all of the filters being displayed. I've only got, well, okay. These are the filters I've selected. Wrong box again, Jamie. Okay, advanced. Okay. That's probably why I didn't have the proper box checked. Notice how much faster it is only looking at those filters in optimization. So what I did is a little bit off the beaten path. I didn't start with all the filters. I simply went to the ones that I isolated. Now we have a nice short list, and I can quickly power through these filters, and that's where I started. Okay, and once I got those filters optimized, then I went back and converted it back to all filters, and then went on optimizing by other things that stood out. All right, so hopefully that makes sense. Then go back in and add all the other filters, building on the filter set that I optimized by themselves first. And so, long story short, we get a pretty decent, what I like to refer to as a deep scan here. We're still getting tons and tons of trades coming through, but room to optimize. So we're starting out with an extremely large data set, still having 2,535 trades coming through over a 40 backtest day period, and those are trading days, and a lot of meat left on the bone to work with here. And then we would just cruise through and check out any other large levels that we could hack off here, and bring results up, and at the same time shaving off trades. So instead of going through that all again, let's just revisit one of my optimized versions of this, and we'll see if it's still holding up, because we never know. Just because we optimize something doesn't necessarily mean it's going to continue to test well moving forward. But let's see what this version looks like. Did it hold up or did it fall apart? Got a question here. Do people use tested profitable strategies for auto entries on auto entry exits using AI? Profitable strategies for auto entry and exits. Okay, so the profitable strategies that you're referring to, Sibert, are those ones that you create? Because we can't necessarily make a strategy that we create interact with the AI. If I'm understanding the question properly here. Okay, so I forget exactly. I want to say this was at least 2 weeks ago, maybe even 3, where I optimized this strategy. And we look at the daily and we see it hasn't been lighting the world on fire. It's got its losing days and its winning days, but looking very similar to what we had back here. The most losing days in a row, 3. Looks like that was the norm back here. That was the norm here. A little bit of winning, a little bit of losing, a little bit of flat, and over the past 2 days, a little bit of winning. So not necessarily lighting the world on fire, but kind of looking like one would hope it would look moving forward, because if we're seeing repeats in the daily, 3 losing days here, a little winning, a little losing, then hopefully in the not too distant future, we might have some larger green days cropping up in the future. Let's just take a peek here, okay? All right, so for the trades that it exited on the 16th, and by the way, this is designed as a shorter term swing strategy. We can see here getting out at the open, not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow. So in other words, if you made an entry today, you'd get out at the open on Monday, right? And we can see the trades that exited on yesterday. Pull these up, take a peek here. And we can also see, I tell you what, before we look at those, let's check out my metrics here. The numbers that we're about to look at for Wednesday's exits were based on using, and all trades in the trade blotter here are going to be based on getting into $2,000 worth of the respective stock. So let's just take a look at some of these names. And more importantly, were they liquid and tradable? Okay. So interestingly enough, I mean, on the ones that it exited yesterday, it nailed 11 out of 12 trades. And here they are. The one loser was in VG. Let's see what the entry time was, and these entries were back on. We can see the entry and the exit time here. So VG here, that was a loser, losing 13 bucks. But really what I want to look at these for is the liquidity. Are these liquid stocks? Because a lot of the times we will get a good backtest result, but once we start looking at the stocks, we're like, I'd never touch these with a 10-foot pole because they're not liquid enough. The spreads are typically too large as well. But I'm noticing that all of these names are fairly liquid. Smith & Wesson. We're currently long this one in our little in-house fund, doing quite well. Know that it's liquid. Liquid here on Lilac, AUY. I'd just go ahead and say that all these stocks that we're going to be looking at from this one day are extremely liquid, and most of the stocks coming out of the strategy are extremely liquid. That's the way that it was designed originally. So not looking too bad. Not looking too bad. You know, it's kind of deceiving when you look at the summary here and see these little green days. You're like, hardly anything. But, you know, not too shabby, hitting 11 out of 12 and on $2,000 per position. What is that, about 24 grand of equity needed? Prior day, not too shabby either. Nailing 4 out of 6. And here are those relatively liquid names as well. A little bit bigger on the winners and losers, but not too bad. Not too bad. Okay, let's see. Let me get back to you, Sibert. I create your own strategy and use the AI to automate. Well, keep in mind the AI and the strategies that we create are two completely different mechanisms. Okay, so when we create a strategy, we simply load it from the cloud. Oops, I'm on the AI tab. So for example, if I wanted to execute the marble block, I would come in here. I would find it. I would load it from my cloud. That's the one that we were just looking at. All right. You know what? I want to get rid of all these default strategies. Okay. Now I got rid of all those. Now the only one up there is the marble block, at which point I can go through and set up my trading instructions. Okay. Now, there's no way for me to load this in and have it interact with the AI. So the strategies that we create are the ones that we create. The strategies that the AI creates, it creates. There's no way to intermix the two or modify an AI strategy. We can simply say, okay, hey, we'd like to automate the AI strategies. Also like to automate my strategies, so you can do one or the other, or you can do both. You know, you can have your own strategies in here being automated at the same time that you're automating the AI strategies as well. But there's no way to articulate any instructions into or modify the AI strategies that it comes to the party with each and every day. All right, got another question here. When I open a new chart under platform, it brings up the same window chart. All right, Chris, so I'm not really sure I'm getting this. You open a new chart under trade ideas, the Pro AI. How do I sync that with my Brokerage Plus platform on the other window? Are you talking about linking your charts to the other platform? Or linking TI signals to your other charts in the other platform? And Sibert, are you talking about the Momo, one of the windows from the Momo channel? Let's just let me do something here. Let me pin my okay, my Brokerage Plus is pinned. All right, the question is, any reason the backtester is limited to 64 trading days? Well, that is just the extent of the filter and alert history that we've set up thus far. All right, so when I go into backtest and I go to advanced, we can see that is the most number of days, actually 65. Sometimes it says 64, sometimes 65. But that is just the length of our history thus far. Okay, when Traded Is first came onto the scene, there were plenty of other backtesting softwares out there which let you go back, you know, a year or longer. Our thoughts initially were, let's just be able to show people what might be working now or recently. That was the whole point in having a limited history here, and it's still the history. Do we have plans on extending that out? I mean, there's been talk of it, but I'm not really sure right now. I'm not really sure about, if and when the historical sample might get a little shot to the arm. Was that blah related to the backtest history there, Brandon? If not, let me know what the blah is related to there. In the meantime, the questions panel is open. Yeah, kind of going back around. Yeah, starting with a small filter set, your favorite filters, doing your initial optimization there. And then once you get a decent trimming there, then you add the entire filter set to find more interesting things. One thing, let's do a little experiment here. Notice the alert in play here. Let me just get that back test up one more time. I want to say it came in around 600 trades, but let's see. Okay, 686 trades. All right, somebody's asking real quick here about ketos. All right, let's zoom out. All right, looks like it's encroaching on all-time highs from back here. Let's just zoom out a little bit further. Let's check out the weekly. All right, just to verify. Yep, been strong here. 1, 2, 3, 4 consecutive weeks up. And did we just kiss this level here today? What was the high back there? 24.99, 25.08. So it looks like the 25.08 level is the magic number here for all-time highs. Somewhere right about, yeah, that's 25.03. But notice we wicked right up to that level here. Of course, if I had to kind of play the eyeball game here, we're going to be in this level. Could be in this little area right here. This area on the weekly acting as support moving forward, and we need to get a couple of closes above that all-time high, and then maybe we go sideways for a little bit for a move higher. But Keto's definitely looking strong, but keep in mind, this is the playground. If we don't bust out and get a close above here, then we could just seesaw back and forth for a little while, let it build steam. Let's take one more look at the daily there. And pretty much the same thing here. We can mark off these levels. If we sold off, probably this area going to act as support. Maybe even build a little base in this area right here, which is going to coincide with what we just looked at on the weekly. So floor, ceiling, and we need a nice close above here before we could build steam to get on out and hit all-time highs again. Okay, pin the 10 daily. Please give 3 different ways of using this scanner for swing trading or potential upside going long action. Professor Mike, pin the 10. Yeah, I'll pull pin the 10 out of the cloud here in just a second here. What I wanted to do real quick here is, we've got pretty favorable results here with room for more optimization. Just like at Starbucks when they say, you want room with cream? You want cream? You want room for cream? Sure, there's room for cream in this one still with a 686 count on 40 trading days. But in this version, we're using daily high as the alert. Okay, well, are there any other compatible alerts? And the only way to know is once you get something dialed in, a lot of the times you can play swap the alert and find different occurrences that still look good from a statistical standpoint. So if we say, okay, what about getting these on the pullback? 25% pullback from high since the open. All right, how would this trigger or alert work with this filter set? Okay, what do we have with new high? We had 65% winners. Looks like our win percentage is a smidge better here. Let's check out profit factor 375. Profit factor on new high was only 323. We got not quite a 30-cent spread there. Call it, what, 26? And we've got a 30-cent spread here. Interesting. About the same amount of trades, but better stats on the win rate, better profit factor, and a bigger spread. Very interesting. The daily, although it looks similar, a little bit different here. We had 4 losing days in a row back here. Not so much here. But nonetheless, would we get different trades coming through here? Or would we be double dipping on some of these guys? You know, notice on the 16th, the Wednesday that we were just looking at here, pretty similar on the numbers, pretty similar on the trade count. Let's see if we did get a bunch of dupes on that day. Okay, AGI on this one. No AGI on this one. See NG. NG we did see here. So we got it on a new high, and then we got it on a pullback. So the NG over here, small gain. NG over here, small gain. What about CMTL? Yep, a double in CMTL. But notice, yeah, it looks like pretty much the same time on that one. 835.04. So there is going to be a little bit of overlap, but then again, there's going to be some that appear on one and not the other. And keep in mind, I just pulled 25% pullback out of the hat there at random. There are plenty more alerts to go through and attach to a filter set that seems to be productive with one alert, and you never know what you're going to find there. Okay, pin the 10. Let's see if I can pull that thing out of the archives here. Let's kick these guys over to the curb for a minute. Okay, maybe just pin will get it done there. All right, let's go back to one of the earlier versions here. Just make sure. All right. Okay, so here we can see pretty basic, pretty simple filtering. Minimum maximum price, keeping the ETFs out with the earnings filter, and saying over the past 5 days, had to have traded at least 300,000 shares just for some liquidity, and then change from the 10-day SMA with the setting of 0 in the min and a max on the, or 1 on the max, is this basically telling us, you know, it has to either be right at but not over 1% from that 10 period SMA, which we can see, oops, over here on the daily represented by the green line here. So and we can see PCVX. And getting back to the way, what you were asking there, Mike, ways to peruse this list and check out any things that might be appealing to what you look for here. Now, PCVX, we can see it, we dip down below the 10 period today. It looks like it's going to try to close above it. That'd be a good sign. If we closed above it, sign of strength. But is there much room in PCVX to be had up to this next level that could act as potential supply? Not a whole lot of room there. Okay, so I just click through these charts and look for the way that I would approach using this list is, yeah, we can start looking at candidates now to go back to towards the close. But say anywhere between 10, 15, 5 minutes before the close, I would be looking for things that look like they were going to close with a nice strong close above the 10 period. And then I would start looking at, okay, if this thing does hold up and I don't get stopped out, how much room might we have to go? All right. Now you can see where this little guy kind of petered out right here in this little area right here, this little rounded daily, which, it appears that this little area right here is acting as supply, right? Nothing to write home about either. So I would just keep clicking through here until I found ones that were a little bit more conducive to how much room they had in them. So not a huge level here, but more than what we've just seen in PCVX and YEXT, right? We got the close here. We're well above the 10 period now. As long as this thing holds up, maybe we would have a move 76 up to the potentially the $78 level if this thing continued to head up, using just below the 10 period as our risk level, and this little area right here is our reward level. Right up to the top of that candle, coinciding with what we see here. Once again, nice little close here. Not a whole lot of promise there, but I think you get the idea here. Looking for any room on the daily or any substantial gaps that might be in play. But really, the bottom line for this one is just, looking towards the end of the session. Of course, we have to take the overall market dynamics into play. Obviously, when we were in this little down phase here, and going back to this day, might not have been so prone to looking at these bounce plays, but we get a nice little bounce off. We're cracking all-time highs again. Not a whole lot of a bull case to be made there. So, now would probably be the time to start perusing some of these things for some decent swing trade candidates. Now, Mike, going back to your question there, you're talking about 3 different ways of using the scanner. Well, picking out good swing trade longs is the overall goal here, based on the characteristics of A, is the stock looking like it's going to close strong above the 10 period? And then we simply look for the room, how much room the stock might have. So those are different characteristics to ascertain whether or not you might be interested in putting that long on. But that is the methodology behind it. So I hope I don't disappoint there. Now you might start noticing correlations with filters that you have installed as columns here, right? Well, maybe some of the ones that are, like for example, I just sorted by position in the 20-day range. Look at little, BGY, it's a dividend trust. Not really lighten my interest on buyer there when I see a dividend trust. But there might be a little room in this one, but not a whole lot. 588 to 596, But there's different ways to sort to bring the things to your attention, right? Not sure what's going on with that one. VTA. All right. Still got a little, interesting nonetheless, though. So different ways to sort, yes, to bring these things to your attention, but it's always going to boil down to, is it closing well above the 10 period? Is it hovering? Is it wicking down below? So, you know, to each his own when you're deciding how to sort the list to go through all of these numerous symbols. All right, Ryan, you were talking about you'd rather see the maximum number of trades shown in the backtester increase from max 3,000, then go back further in time. Yeah, that would be nice, but we're going to have to, expand that backtester history before we can do that because, um, it is limited at this point in time. Mike saying he's trying to break his addiction to day trading. It's a hard addiction to break. I'll give you that, Mike. As we all know, it's the hardest facet of trading to consistently perform is the intraday time frame. It's just a lot of price action, a lot of algos out there that we're battling. Not to say that there aren't good trading candidates out there, because it all is going to boil down to discipline, as we all know. Trading is a mental game, right? So there's plenty of good day trades out there. I see tons of them come through this ticker, and when it's a good downside day, this ticker. It's all about the timing and just waiting and waiting, and more times than not, we'll see something that looks good or that looked good. For example, MGTX. We'll just use this as an example, looking at these 15-minute candles, right? More times than not, let's say I saw MGTX coming through on this 45-minute range break here, or let's say I didn't see it. I missed it. I was on a phone call, whatever. I was distracted. I didn't see it come through at the ideal entry here. This is where the timing on this trade was, for lack of a better term, perfect, right? As it breaks this opening range, a nice little orb with volume. How's the volume, by the way? Only doing almost 20 times on the relative scale. But anyway, making an entry as that new high and that opening range was broken right about the 1430 level. This was the time to enter that trade. Now, more times than not, you'll miss something like this and you'll see it show up as it's hitting this next high, right above this candle here, and you're like, dang it, well, there's not that big of a difference between here, 1446, and 1430, so I'm going to go ahead and take it. All right, you're chasing it, right? Here was a perfect time. It's all about the timing. You're going to chase it here, and then you get stopped out, okay? Because you're thinking, well, it's not going to, penetrate the low of that prior candle, which is typically a good rule of thumb. If I'm making an entry here, I'm going to use the low of the prior 15-minute candle as my stop loss. So notice, I make that trade here. I still got stopped out here, right? That's the nature of the beast, okay? But, had I known, there's no way I would have known that here. But a lot of the times, you'll pay a higher price, you'll want to keep the same stop loss, and you'll get wiggled out a lot more. So there is a lot of good intraday trading opportunity out there. It's just that, boy, if you're not disciplined 110%, a lot of the times these algos will stop you out, and then the stock will head higher. This is a perfect example of that. So, correct there, Mike. There is a time and a place for intraday trading. But typically, from my experience and a lot of the guys here, we've experienced a lot more success over the longer time frames because, you just put your stop in place. You don't sit here and hem and haw over every single tick or a level 2 or anything of that nature. It's just more of a zen way to trade. The trades either work or they don't, and we're not going to sit here and fidget on an intraday basis. Ali, I see your comment there about the Momo alert window. The problem with most of the stocks come after a big move, and you're right. A lot of the times the move has already occurred. So the thing is, whether it's the Momo window or one of these momentum windows, look at all the symbols coming through this list, okay? It would be nice if we had alert windows where every symbol that came through was the perfect setup, but that's not the nature of the beast. I've got what I call a high quality window here, but I might have to, depending on the day, I might have to cycle through 10 symbols before I find one where the timing is in play. Because you're right, a lot of the times these stocks will have already cruised past what I call the proper level. Let's just see if we can find another example here. Let's look at the smaller time frame here. Because we are humans and we can only keep our eyes on so many. This one just went straight up, so there was never really a time to make a nice controlled entry. This one, not so bad. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. About 20, 25 minutes in, it starts breaking that range. Decent volume in this little guy today. And if we would have made a buy right here, we would have got to enjoy this upside. Of course, it did curl over. But being in the money is half the battle. Getting in the money is half the battle. Once you're in the money, then you have to manage that profit accordingly, just like you have to manage your risk as well. But it all boils down to timing. So whether it's the Momo window or whether I go to the Trader's Vault, which is here, which also contains a lot of good momentum windows, that is pretty much the name of the game. You have to intently watch these windows because depending on the window, maybe it's 1 out of every 10 where the timing and the chart is lining up where you need it to be. And so, yes, the perception is a lot of these things have already run by the time you pull them up, but there are plenty of those that have not run yet. So that's something that everybody's going to see in just about all the windows that they watch. Some are going to be too fast. Some will have already went past the sweet spot. But then again, it's all about the timing. Yeah, Ryan. I mean, optimization is something that you do beforehand, right? To your comment, it's hard to optimize a strategy when you're hitting 100 trades in a day because by 10 a.m. you can't see them. So the goal is to have a nice optimized set well below 100 trades in a day before the session starts. That way you have something that's a manageable information stream. Typically optimization is done outside of the market hours. Yes, same thing. You got the odds maker maxing out 100 trades a day over 30 days. That's going to give you the 3,000 trades. All right, Stan. Stan's asking for the new T high and new T low windows. So I will drop those into the chat panel here. Assuming you guys can grab these links, I hope so. I think you guys can grab them, you just can't post links. Correct me if I'm wrong there. Okay, so there's the new T high and the new T low. ATXI, not relenting whatsoever. And once again, this is a textbook play right here. The reason that I watch these windows is so I hopefully can spot some of these nice little sideways consolidators. And then we're waiting for that new high. So ideally, as this new high was breached here, we got this nice little level of consolidation. Could have made an entry anywhere in this candle using the prior low, or using the low of the prior 15-minute candle right there as a stop area. This one is performing beautifully. So at present time, we've got a very large reward area in comparison to our risk area. That is a very good trade right there, a very good risk to reward ratio. But keep in mind, sometimes sometimes the volume won't be kicking, so you won't get the alert here. You'll get it here, right? Well, if you're playing strictly by the rules, it's already too late. Yeah, you might get lucky and go ahead and buy it here and chase, and you still got a nice up move, but over the long term, waiting for the pristine entries with small risk. That's the way to do it. You chase these things more times than not, it will end up coming back to bite you. So once again, just kind of giving a little insight as to the mental aspects of the game, right? I could give this window to 10 different traders and explain the rules to them, and some would obey the rules, some would break the rules. Some would have success. Maybe, take 2 or 3 people that obeyed the rules, waited for the pristine setups. They're all going to have different performance levels, right? Maybe some stayed in their winners longer. Maybe some used trailing stops. So the bottom line is, trading is still a very subjective game. It doesn't matter if you have the same tools and you're looking at the exact same data on a daily basis. Our perception and everything, as well as trading, is our reality, I should say, is based on how we perceive these things, right? Siberk, what are some of the rules of thumb for swing trades like a 10 SMA cross? Well, let's see. Did I get rid of that window already? Oh yeah, I restarted my layout. So let me just pull up the pin to 10 one more time. Okay, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to get rid of some of these columns that don't really need. And consecutive days. Okay, so rules of thumb on swing trading. If I was perusing this list, trying to figure out, okay, what might be some good things to pay attention to here. So I just pulled this one up at random, DOV. I really like what it's doing here. Okay, it appears we're at all-time highs, but let's just do a little quick check here. Or we're close. Okay, so yeah, I confirmed weekly. No more back here to tend with. Look what we recently did on the weekly. We popped above this level, and we're doing exactly, if we would have taken the chance here, right, this stock is doing exactly what we hoped it would do, all right? Now, of course, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, this was approximately 7 days ago. But whether you're thinking about whether you were going off the weekly way back here, if you did that, if you took that bet, hoping that it would adhere to the 10 period, you got rewarded. Now, what used to be the ceiling is currently acting as the floor, and you're in a profitable swing trade. And check out what the 10 period is doing. It's catching up. We're currently trying to form a little doji here, which would be good, all right, because the doji is always kind of indicative of a move. We don't necessarily know which way it's going to go. That's going to be based around what's going on here, but I would think that maybe we could cycle back up to this level here. Or if you didn't play it back here, and we're looking at the daily now, we got the little 20 and 10 sandwich right here. If we stay strong up here, we're going to close above that 10. My eyes immediately go to this level here with a 2-point risk. If we get a strong close and we want to play off that 10, we could take a long and risk about 2 points here, making the stock get below the 119 or 120 level as our stop loss. So show me things that have the characteristics that I want. In this case, it's proximity to the 10 period on the daily. All right. Now, is the timing, is the chart lining up with the characteristics of the thing that I'm hunting? Yes or no? And that can only be derived through plotting through charts and eyeballing them and going through the exact same process here, which, Dove doesn't look like a bad risk for a swing trade. It's not the prettiest thing out there. I'm sure that if we went through this whole list, we'd find some things that might have a little bit more upside potential. Okay, but just like the characteristic, the underlying characteristic here is keying off of the 10 period, whereas the underlying characteristics here are stocks that are hitting highs with massive volume. And then we still have to see, okay, is it lining up with the pattern that I prefer? Okay, NGS did earlier in the day. And if we got the alert right here, once again, the pattern is intact. You have decent risk and good upside potential. But once again, different characteristics here to start from. Does that mean that each and every trade that comes through this window is going to be pristine? No. We still have to consult the charts, right? And our timing. And are we chasing? Chasing is not so much of a deal on the swing trades because we can just, go, okay, if it's strong into the close based on the daily, I'm going to take the trade, right? As Mike was alluding to earlier, day trading is a lot more difficult. Yeah, closing above the previous candle is always a good start, but when we're looking at these guys right here, we just want to make sure that A, do we look like we're going to have a strong close above the 10 period, and then do we like what's going on with the rest of the chart? Position and range for the week or year, should we use the filter? Well, we're not using it in the filter set here. All we're doing is we're keying off of the 10 period, as you can see right here. However, what if I sorted? You might notice a correlation. Things that are close to their 20-day might look more conducive. Of course, I'm just pulling that out of thin air. I don't know if that's true or not. Tell you what, let's just start with the weekly. Or we could have went in there and went, you know what? See, looks decent, but we might be getting up to a little area of congestion here. Okay, so what if I wanted to find things that might be consolidating above previous highs and looking like they might pop new highs again, kind of like what the overall market is doing right now. All right, couple of minutes here before Barry's going to be popping back in, but I would just say, okay, what if we did this? What if we said, okay, we want them to go ahead and, have some nice upside, so we want them to be at all-time highs, but not too far past all-time highs. I guarantee the list is going to get a lot shorter. Whoops, I killed it. Okay. Just saying, okay, these stocks also have to be at all-time highs. And even just using a minimum of 1 kills the list, right? Interesting observation, but eye-opening. Okay, well, what about 95th percentile? Okay, so now we have some that are going to be within 5% of their all-time high. All right, that we got the weird gap up on that one. DLB. So now we would just cruise through here and look at the ones that, obviously all these guys spent a lot of energy getting up to that level. But we might, by looking at things in this capacity, okay, plan. This is the entire weekly history. Go back to the daily. So we're hovering at all-time highs. Check it out. We got that doji yesterday down to the 20 period. And now, in the prior days, the 10 period was acting as a little resistance level here. But after that doji and that little kiss down to the 20, if we get a strong close here and reclaim the 10 period, well, then it might be time to take a swing trade in this one because we might have room at least up to all-time high. And if the trade works, and say we were to use the bottom of that doji candle as our stop loss, we're at 71.25 here. You got to size accordingly, right? If you're going to have to take a 3 or 2.5 point stop, you're just going to do less size, but that's good risk management. We got the doji. If we get the reclamation of the 10 period here, then we have room up to here. And then the bonus is, if we did pop out of this level right here, and we look to the left, we're in blue sky territory. So, not a bad risk to reward scenario, and plan just pulling it up randomly, doing a little, a little technical analysis and going, hey, this one actually looks pretty decent. All right, I bet Barry is lurking out there somewhere. Paging Mr. Barry. Barry, you just tell me when you start streaming, and then I shall stop. No problem, Mike Sibert. Thanks. I know I probably didn't get to all the questions there today, but man, this hour, it's always like we're in a time warp. It just goes, and it's gone. Thank you, Chris. Thank you for showing up. All right, just waiting to hear from MC Barry in the chat panel. Just let me know when you start streaming, Barry, and then we'll stop streaming. Just want to let you start first. And while we're waiting on Barry, hey, we'll just plot through a couple more of these. All right, click, kind of looking the same there. Click trying to close here and might have a little grind back up here. Clearly identifiable risk levels, Bigger risk down here, less size, smaller, yes. Bigger stop, less size, smaller stop, a little more size, just not quite as forgiving if it does wiggle against you. So you might say, okay, click looked good. All right. Notice the industry, semiconductors. Okay, well, if click looks good, maybe we'll find more candidates just by using yield similar tab. And then we could start quickly perusing stocks in the same industry to see if they might be setting up in the same fashion. EMKR doing the same thing there. Nice wick below the 10, reclamation of it. All right, still don't see Mr. Barry, but that's fine. Wow, look at this weekly chart on Colgate. Many weeks of consolidation here. When that 10 period catches up, that might be a nice little catalyst. What's it looking like on the daily? More of the same. Just more bars to deal with here. But yeah, Colgate Palmolive. Going to coil up, going to consolidate in this little level here, and eventually we'll either come punch out the new highs or punch down the new lows. All right, little back channel here. All right, just having a little chat with Barry there, so we'll see. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to attempt the handoff to Barry. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, one moment, please. Okay, you're saying I'm good now? You can hear me now? All right. So something's happening. So Jamie, I don't know if you still can hear me, but I had to start and stop. That was the fourth time. So don't know what's going on. Don't really know what's going on. Started happening yesterday. All right, guys. So I have to do my video now. Yeah, Jamie. So I don't know if you can hear me, but I mean something's going on because I started before you got out, but obviously it didn't work. I've started and stopped several times, so finally it did work. Anyway, I got to do my video now. All right, guys, putting myself on mute. Should be back hopefully by 1:25. All right, guys, I'm back. And the OCG continues to fall. I'm going to be very interested to see what this one does tomorrow, even after hours. Okay, let's see. So the ATXI, yeah. So it now it's fallen down below. So I have to reset my alert. But what a run though. I mean, guys. I mean, 628, even from $5. I mean, you would think, well, that's got to be way too late. It started at 4. You're giving up $1. Man. No, I mean we have a web-based version, okay, but to use it on your phone, it'd be pretty hard. So you can use it in your browser, but your phone's browser, but no. So I'm answering, does Trade Ideas have a mobile phone app also? So the answer is no. Mr. Kaiser, good morning or afternoon, or well, still morning for us, I guess. Yes, good morning. Excellent. Excellent. Hopefully there are no lingering effects. Exactly. Oh, guys, I don't know why, but I feel worn out. What a morning it's been. What a day it's been. Just incredible how many halts there were. Okay, so IQ is giving it up again. So they did announce their financing at 1750. Market's not too happy. Wasn't happy yesterday. They did announce the financing price today at 1750. So now it is sinking below. Dash. What do you mean? Is it still on the upside? You're not asking me, will it keep going up? Right? You're not asking me that. Okay, well, you've got to manage your exit. I mean, obviously, it has no resistance. Well, up here is an all-time high, but I mean, it's starting to move again up, but I can't tell you if it's going to take out that high. But it could be very interesting, even as a swing, if it closes well. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, if it closes well, it doesn't have any resistance because it's an all-time high. Okay, guys. So, I'm starting to kind of watching my bouncers toppers a little bit here. Trying to trying to see if we can catch some tops or some bounces. So where did that happen? That was 846. Yeah, not a bad bounce. So guys, if you're looking, I get the question quite a bit. I don't share this one, but it's one of the scans that I am sharing. And when I say share, I don't display it, but it's one of the scans that I'm sharing. If you go to my homepage, bouncers and toppers. So in orange, this means that it may have topped out. So you can see there was the alert. It kept moving up a little bit more and then it fell. I'm looking at surf. This would have been like a bottom play. So you can see there was the alert at 8:59. Got up to 9, not bad. Things like that. So I put it back on the other screen. I reserve the right to do that. This is my shared one anyway. The one that when I share the link. So I was starting to confuse people why they weren't seeing this. So and of course we have another halt. And we have another halt on the way up for this one. SCPS. And another halt on the way up for YJMZ. All right, I'm going to answer somebody, okay? So I'm going to put myself on mute for a minute here. I'm going to answer somebody in an email. Give me a second here. I'm back. Yeah, so somebody might answer that question for you, Kaiser. You don't need much. I mean, we do all the heavy lifting, but obviously a gaming machine would give you more RAM and all that sort of stuff, but somebody else might want to answer that question. So I had a question. One of the questions I was being asked was for IPOs. Okay, so yes, as the person who I answered, this was in an email, realizes that a lot of times an IPO will show up as a resume, but it's not foolproof. It's not foolproof. So this is what I would do. Now, first of all, I mean, if you're interested in IPOs, then you probably should have a website to go to. Now, this is what I use. I mean, I'm sure there are others out there, but this is what I use. Okay, my IPO calendar. So what you can do then is you can check the calendar and then basically just put the symbol in. So for instance, watch. Let me, today is, there might be one tomorrow. Let me see if this one works. Okay, so this is, believe this is an IPO for tomorrow. Okay, VTAQU, sorry. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Looks like this is an IPO tomorrow. Not that I'm interested in it, but so all you'd have to do then is do something like this. Just set a price alert. Create a price alert. Put $1. Obviously, it's going to be over. And if you want to put, in a note, new IPO, and save it. So tomorrow, when it opens, you're going to get you will get an alert because it's obviously going to be over $1. So that's kind of a workaround. And of course, the day of, when we keep talking about IPOs, okay, this is going to open sometime today. Just put the symbol in and put a price alert. Why are we on YGMZ? No reason other than the fact it's been halted 100 times a day. Look what it did. So it started at 4, got all the way up to 16, pulled back, halted again, I guess. Or it's resumed, sorry. Hard to believe Roku was up there, though. Man, oh man. Roku has been dead many, many, many times. It was dead here. It was going to die here. It was going to die here. I mean, guys, this was a $50 stock. 6 times. I mean, this is a $50 stock at the bottom here. That's pandemic. That's when the pandemic, most stocks were getting hit. $50 stock, essentially. The low was 58.22. Unbelievable. Well, it was dead many times. Many, many times. You know, ominous news coming out. And another halt. So this just got halted on the way up again. So it got so it resumed and immediately got halted. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's resumed. It is resumed. Well, it's got to fall. You know, I mean, it could be. Remember, these are just alerts. These are just showing you now it's a matter of watching. It could be. I mean, it's basing. Only thing is, it's basing, so it's either going to go one way or the other. I mean, there's no clue right now. It just got halted again. Yes, it did just get halted again. What an IPO! Somebody said it was $18, right? So it opened. No, it couldn't have been 18. Well, let me check. I think this is the one that I did not see yesterday. It's not showing up on my IPO list. So I'm not sure what happened here. Is this maybe a symbol name change? It's not an IPO, really? Yeah, because I don't see it as an IPO. At any rate, whatever it is, it's at an incredible move. But was it an IPO? Was it really an IPO? Really? Why isn't it showing up on my IPO list? Here are the IPOs. Ah, yeah, that's right. We had to look at there. That's right. And that's, yeah, okay. Interesting. Why it would not be as what I'm going to call a legitimate. So it says, yeah, price is a downsize. It's so small. Maybe that's why. $2.75 million. So hardly raising any money at all. And yet, look at this. Crazy. So I wonder how many shares there are in the float because I mean, they hardly raised anything. All right, guys, so today is Thursday. I think this is the last marketing meeting for the year. Next week it's Christmas, yeah. So a week tomorrow is the 25th. Just doesn't feel right. I see 38. I see 38. 38, 38. That's what I see. Somebody asked me about Dr. RX earlier. I mean, it's a little bit of a move, but it's probably going to take a bit to get through all this. All right. SCPS just opened and a little gap down this time. And some volume coming in, though. Some volume coming into Dr. RX. X. The xylophone. Well, this what is a great topper here. Look at that, MWK. You may want to take a look at this one, William. I don't mean this particular stock, but this scan. I don't know. 1245. There was the alert, and it did keep going for a bit. But you get the alert, and then look at this. Yeah, I mean, it's a matter when you get the alert, you have to kind of watch it to see. And, I mean, we do have an alert for play, but I mean, nothing has happened. So the way I look at this one, if anything did happen, I mean, there's probably some decent support around 30 cents away. So whether that's big enough, I don't know. But it looks like it's so you get the alert and then you just start watching. You can stick a price alert. You get the alert and then stick a price alert on where if it broke down, that might be a good short. So I'm just going to do that right now as an example. So that's how I would be using, these bouncers and toppers. There are a ton of them today. Here's another one. The alert was at 325. It got up to 326 or something, or 7, and then it fell. I mean, they're not all going to work like that. The nice thing, too, is that, especially on these toppers, is these have had no market help. I mean, the market's been, drifting up, so no market help. So I'll just pop that in. Anybody wants it, who are looking for stocks that are topping out or stocks that might be rebounding. Yeah, I don't know if he's going to have one next week because it's Christmas week, holiday week, whatever you want to call it. I don't know if he's going to have one next week. I'm going to ask him, see if he's going to actually do one next week. Give us a Christmas present. Actually, in the marketing meeting, I will ask him. Oh yeah, I thank him all the time. Hello, Robert. Sorry, I didn't see your post. Welcome to the room. Yeah, I mean, it's still, I mean, this could easily be a, well, it is a swing from Monday, but it still has room. You know, I would say it has room. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it still has room to 34. So that's $6 away. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what you mean. Why can't I trade it? It looks like it's an IPO today, so I don't know. Call them. I have no idea. I see the bid and the ask is moving a little bit, so. But I don't see, yeah, no data. I don't know. Maybe it's, what? I have no idea. No idea. No data beyond 1217. I don't know. Okay, thank you, Bob. All right, guys, I'm going to head over to the marketing meeting now. All right, guys, so the marketing meeting is going to start, so I'm just going to put myself on mute, put the message in here first. Okay, so I'm putting myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Time is at 2:21. Okay, let's see what is happened. BQ, I was listening to, firing in my ear. 589. What did it get up to? 615. Nothing fantastic. Boy, I cannot believe this OCG just. Too bad there was no shorts available as an IPO the third day. It is over. Yes, thank you. Okay. Okay, guys. Well, TV. That's what you're talking about. TV. Grupo Televisa. Yeah, look at the volume that came in. Yeah, guys. I mean, this is really interesting. I mean, I know some of you are swinging this one. AWH. No, these are simulated trades, Marcelo. I've only actually done 2 trades today. One in the pre-market, TRIT, and one kind of on my own, and another one completely on my own. I was sort of busy, and I still have. Well, I have my XNet from yesterday. That's my swing trade from yesterday. Bound and determined, I'm going to hold it. I'm just in over a little bit over 3. I think it's 302, 303. But these are simulated trades using our simulator. Take a quick look at the AI again. There's that Fubo. What is it doing right now? Yeah, I mean, listen, if it closes well, as Kaiser, I don't know. I mean, I'm talking to more than just yourself, but I mean, if you're in this one, there's an argument that it could be a good swing. I mean, it's come a long way in 3 months. This is not quite the third month over, but say 2.5 months. I mean, this was at the low 2.5 months ago, 876. I mean, my goodness, almost 4 times. And then we had 3 opportunities with the Redfin. So the AI definitely today was. I like the idea of fewer trades. The only thing I didn't like was something more in the price range that I like, but that's okay. I almost took the Fubo. I mean, it's just slightly outside of the price range that I like. I almost took the Fubo just because there was no resistance, but I didn't do it. It's you who are saying Fubo is the next Roku. It was you. I was trying to, you might not have heard me because I was asking. I said somebody in the room a little while ago said Fubo is the next Roku. All winning trades are you. I like it. Well, if XNet doesn't work, remember I have your address. And yes, there will be a trade of the week next week. I just confirmed with Steve. There will be a trade of the week next week. So much pressure on them. You know, as I said to you jokingly, you're only as good as your last trade of the week. I mean, you guys should see some of the emails we get when, you know, the trades of the week don't necessarily work or they don't trigger. And, you have no idea what people are so brave behind a computer say. And yet, we haven't heard a peep out of those people over the last 2 months. Well, guys, this could be really interesting tomorrow, this ATXI, if it holds this area. Another halt, YGMZ got halted again, or just resumed, sorry. Well, yeah, of course not, PJ. And to try to come up with one single stock for the entire week. Yeah, right. The dreamer. I did trade SCPS. The only one that you guys know about that I traded was Trill pre-market. That was it. I did take one other trade, something on my own. Did okay. Didn't feel comfortable talking about it because it was very, very crazy. So, but this was the only one. Shorted Trill in the pre-market. I'm sorry, Trit, not Trill. Yeah, I was wondering why aren't my lines showing up? There we are. There are my lines. Can't make a mistake around you guys. Look at this OCG. I mean, this is just, I hope it's shortable tomorrow. Short on any pop. I sure hope nobody got trapped in this one, stubbornly. It could. It could bounce tomorrow. You're absolutely right. I mean, crazier things have happened. Pray. Beg for forgiveness. Beg for forgiveness. Well, guys, no new alerts coming in. I noticed the play dropped a little bit, but not that much. You know, from the top there. It's just looking for fast-moving stocks. Okay, that's really all it's looking for. I think alpha are stocks that are, in theory, kind of trading on their own. I really think we have to. We've got too many channels that duplicate the efforts. You know, I think I like to see in the new year getting rid of a lot of the channels. But alpha, I mean, you know, it's a term seeking alpha. It's a big website too. But basically looking for stocks that are kind of trading on their own. What I mean by that is that they don't really care what the overall market's doing. You know, like some of these stocks that are, you know, the market could be going down, could be going up, and they're just doing their thing. No, it wasn't Chinese. I see your question in the YouTube feed. No, it wasn't a Chinese stock. So beautiful because it's rebounding, bouncing. Yeah, it is pretty. You know, that's not bad. That's not a bad trend on the 15s. I mean, there's some red candles there, but that's a pretty good trend. Who recommended them yesterday? Analyst, was it Morgan or JP? I think they only put a $20 price tag on it. Yeah, I think it was only a $20 target. Barclays, thank you. I think it was only a $20 target. All right, guys. Well, listen, it's not quite 3 o'clock. Closing the room at 3. It's been an exhausting day. A price target feature in Brokerage Plus. Well, you can do that right now. I mean, you can put a target price right now. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Other than there, I mean, there is a target price column that you can put. So if I take a oh, in that regard, no, I doubt very much. I mean, it'd be too hard. I mean, analysts, you know, you get 10 different analysts giving 10 different price targets. So that is never going to happen based on analysts, never. And as far as the AI is concerned, I mean, the AI has itself, you know, has price targets. But for you to put one, you know, on a trade that you're taking, you know, I think that to me that's up to you. AI is not going to tell you a price target. Base something of a custom watch wish list. Some rules would be the current price closer to the 52 week lows, farther away from the 52-week highs. Okay, so that if you're talking about 52 weeks, I mean almost, I mean because we're almost at the end of the year. I mean right now we do have a position in year range. Okay. Oops. Gotta be able to type. I mean, so we're almost there now. I mean, position in year. add the filter so you could, could use the min and the max right now. But if you're really looking for 52 week, well, if you wanted it to be right near the high, it'd be 100. Minimum would be 100. If you wanted it to be near the low, you could literally go 100 and 0 and see what comes up. I mean, that would be, 0 or 10%. You put 5%. So right now, if you just left it like that, 5 in the max, that would be within 5% of the 52-week low. Okay, if you put 95 right there, minimum, that would be within 5% of the high, 52-week high. This is a year range, but again, the fact that we're almost at the end of the year. To do literally 52 weeks, it's a little harder. It would require custom formulas. So I don't know how important that is. But you can do, we've got position in 3, 6, and 9 months, 2 years, year, lifetime, things like that. And of course, these are, the position and range filters are great. We have all these position and range. Yeah, we don't have a 52 week, like a position in 52 week rolling. No, we don't have that. Meanwhile, BQ from that alert at 589 popped up, rested, boom, 647. This is really produced today. 4-hour range breakout? No. Yeah, it'd be literally the position in the year. So I mean, if you're January the 15th, it's only looking at that year. It's not 52. It's not a rolling 52 week. Best you could do without getting too cumbersome would be 9 months. Barbecue. Wow, look at this one move here. Of course, another China stock, right? Another China stock. No, there are no webinars until January. They've all been I don't want to say canceled, but I mean the guys are taking a break until January. You too, Kaiser. Just going over some emails, guys. Okay, I'm just sorry, guys. I'm following a rather spirited discussion. All right, GAN has been active all day. Let's see what happens with this one tomorrow. See if it continues. Looking left, 1924 is the next high looking left. That's on the monthly chart. Ooh, look at this one. All of a sudden out of nowhere. Zkin, ZKIN. Look at this one. Look at the volume that came in. We don't look at the volume coming in, guys. We don't even reflect that yet in the volume. Not yet. It will happen. There it goes. Look at the volume coming into Zkin. I mean, something's happening. Don't ask me what. I don't know. So I'm going to save you the posting. Yeah, I can give you a link to my, basically what you see here. Share layout. 271. And if you're going to say, well, why didn't it alert earlier here? One of the reasons is, I mean, this is the volume today, right here. There was no volume in this. Look at the volume. No volume really. I know it's hard to see if there's any volume because this is exponential, but there was hardly any volume at all until this happened. Wow. It's amazing. And again, I don't see, it's not going to be here for sure. Avery, yeah, well, glad you enjoyed it. It was a super active day, certainly early on, the first couple hours, wild and frantic. If you're new, I would just sort of sit back. The other thing, I don't know if you have our program, if you have trade ideas. If you have trade ideas, then what I would be doing is practicing trading. Okay, we have a simulator right here. You can practice trading before you commit money to the market. It's part of our standard package. So before I do shut the room down, all right, one last going over my home page. Click on my home page link. And here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. This is how much Trade Ideas costs. Premium is $22.68 a year minus that 15%. Or standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The huge difference, why people want our premium. Typically, there are some other differences, but this is the main reason. Having access to the AI. These are the trades that the AI alerted to today. The big one, of course, Fubo, up 14% right now. And that is the AI. You don't have to take out an annual. If you don't want to, you can always go month to month. Standard and premium, there they are, 118 or 228. You can apply the promo, the 15%, only to the first month though. You only get the discount off the first month. But if you decide you want to upgrade at any point, you can always apply the promo code. Is that what it is? Thank you, Lee. Lee says Zkin has something to do with crypto. Joining the crypto market. Why not? Of course, more information on my website. Again, Trade of the Week. Sign up for the Trade of the Week, guys. If you're not signing up, there's something wrong with you. Really. I mean, for the last 2 months, they've been really, really, really good. So sign up for it. Get sent to you to your inbox or email. About 30 to 45 minutes before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a recap, what's happened in the room right here. All the scans that I'm sharing right here. All the scans are right here. More than what you see on the monitor that I'm sharing with you. And a lot of education right here. If you're new to trade ideas, I would absolutely recommend you take this 20 lessons in 20 days. It won't take you 20 days, but all the basic features. What is a top list? What is an alert window? Single stock window. What are all these basic features and how to construct them? Also, if you don't have trade ideas, you can take a look at this and you can see these are just some of the basic things that we can do. Also, we have a YouTube feed, a Trade Ideas YouTube feed. I monitor that. It's another trading room. You don't have to go to it. It's the same as this one. They can hear me, see my screen. Just a little less action in terms of the number of traders and postings. But from noon to 1, I leave that feed and one of the other traders at Trade Ideas takes over. So you can always pop in there between noon and 1. And daily webinars. So the webinars you can sign up for them now, but they won't be starting until January again. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern once they get rolling again. More educational videos here, trading books, etc. These are all created from within Trade Ideas. Okay, so lots of information on my homepage. Yeah, I mean that's a difficult question to answer, Abby. I mean, it's a lot of it is feel. I mean, if you see a stock coming into some resistance, either a 200-day moving average or you're looking at the chart and it starts approaching some resistance, you might want to take some off. Things like that. You always have a stop when you're talking about when to get out as an exit. But as far as taking partial profits along the way, I mean. There are, all sorts of ideas out there, risk reward areas. So that, for instance, if you're risking 10 cents a trade, as an example, I'm just trying to make the math easy. So when you get to 20 cents, that's a 1 for 2 risk reward right off the bat. You get to 30 cents, that's 1 for 3. So you can start looking at those levels. As you approach those levels. But that's a difficult question to answer. I mean, there's all sorts of, for me, I mean, especially some of the things that we're in that are low float and they just zoom. I mean, I'm always going to take some profit very quickly, because I mean, they can move down as fast as they went up. So there's no answer really to that. I mean, if you were here, you'd be talking about moving averages, So I mean, you can take a look at the ADMA on say 2-minute, 15-minute, 5-minute charts. If it gets breached, get out, things like that. But it's just too loaded of a question. You can also practice trading. This is why I say, that's why I like to have this max P&L and the distance from the exit price. This will start to show you, how good are your exits. Now, you're never going to max it out. You're never going to get out at the absolute top, okay? But this is going to show you, especially this one, the distance from the exit. This is showing me, I took this trade earlier just to demonstrate. So at this point, I am, it is 64 cents above where I exited. At one point, it was way above, because I got out of this, we're at 473. Again, I was just practicing, showing you guys how to do this. But if this had been a real trade that I was taking, and I got in at 455 and I exited at 473 and it went up to 629, well, that's not really good, is it? So I would practice, use these two columns, the max P&L and the distance from the exit price, and just start to see, how good are your exits. I mean, it's really simple to use. And these are just columns that you can add. You just have to, right click on any one of those column headers and columns, and they're in alphabetical order. So I would, I would add these for sure. My style is mainly a momentum trader. Okay, I like to see stocks at the high. Doesn't mean I take the stock just because it makes a new high, but I'm always interested in stocks that are near the high of the day, because then I start looking at these longer term charts, the monthly, the daily, and the weekly, and I start to say, okay, great, you're at a high of the day. Where could you keep going to? Where are we going to encounter some resistance on these higher time frames? Moderna, how is it doing? Yeah, looks like maybe the bottom was put in yesterday, maybe. For a while anyway. So when you look at this one as an example, so I look left on the weekly chart, or monthly chart. So the high last month was 305 for Zedkin. Okay, so it might struggle to get through that, but if it could get through that, then when you start looking left on that monthly chart, the next high is way up here, 418. Okay, so that would be okay, but then you start looking at the weekly chart, and do you get the same picture? And the answer is yes. Okay, so I mean, you can see, that high, 305, was 1, 2, 3 weeks ago. So as Lee Walsh in the YouTube feed said, is that they have a Bitcoin site up and running, joining the crypto market. So that is I guess that was the reason for this big pop. Now everybody wants a piece of crypto. No, Kenneth, no. Unfortunately, we can't. Hard for us to examine intraday candles like that, unfortunately. So no. Okay, guys, we're getting close. This should be interesting. You know what? I'm going to put an alert here and see if it takes it out at some point. 304. See if it takes it out at some point. Is it tradable now, Viri? Yeah, it looks. Yeah, I guess it is tradable now. Before, Yeah, okay, so this is an IPO. 1511, sort of strange the way you couldn't trade it for a while. It's a very low one. In fact, it looks like, it's not a SPAC, but it $10, which are typically all the SPACs open at 10, but only 3 million shares, so not raising very much money. Reminds me a little bit like this one, guys. I think it's I'm not saying this is going to happen, but very, very low volume or very, very low issuing. So definitely keep an eye on this one tomorrow. See if it does something absolutely insane like SCPS did. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions. Are there any other questions? Okay, going once, going twice. All right, that is a wrap. Whew, tomorrow's Friday. All right, guys, thanks a lot for all the help in the room. I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then.